Greetings and salutations, League of Legends players and fans. Are you ready to get to the next level? Because I'm ready to take you there. I am Sodaron, the wizard of LOL Esports, ex-former coach, analyst for GAM in 2022 during the summer split and Worlds, here to bring you another breakdown. Today on the next level with Sodaron, we're going to take a look at the 2024 LEC season finals, lower round one, G2 versus GX. As the production quality gets higher here on the Sodaron channel and stream. So let's go ahead and get into this. So I do have better slides to show you. Unfortunately, I just messed my thing up. So I'm here on like the second attempt of this. I was changing the scenes over and realized I just talked for like an hour and was on the wrong scene. Another reason, I guess I need a second monitor, but hey, here we are. This is a one-man show, a one-man team. I produce, write, record. I'm the sound guy. I promote. So here I am. But anyways, are you ready to get to the next level? I'm here to help guide you. Here we are. The next level was Sodaron 2024 LEC season finals, lower round, G2 versus GX. Game number 1. Now, I need you to follow me on x.com/@MSMILLS22 if you want my X Twitter account. More importantly, I need you to follow me at twitch.tv/Sodaron. I'm very close to the Twitch affiliate. I just need a few more of you to follow me. So please, if you like my content, go to my twitch.tv channel and follow me. I will be putting out more streaming of the game here as soon as we get during the world break in September. If I don't get to do as many VODs as I would like to do, but that's okay. I would rather have quality over content. I would rather produce high quality content over bad content, but give you a lot. So I'm kind of a stickler when it comes to production level and quality. I want to give you a professional analyst view of these games. So please follow me at twitch.tv/Sodaron, tell your friends, and also subscribe to my YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/@Sodaron. I recently changed it. It was a little bit different. Now, if I could just get Twitter to work for me for some reason, I'm trying to get it to Sodaron official or official Sodaron, but won't let me. So who knows? Hopefully we'll allow it at some point. So let's go ahead and get into game number 1 draft here. Now, I try to give a way of how I look at the draft. The blue side gets 2 groupings of champions, where the red side gets 1 grouping of champions, and then they can counterpick with 3 other champions. Looking at this draft here, G2 banned Italy, they banned Vi. Now you have Wuhan, that is a Korean jungler that was on DRX, so he is probably good at the mechanical champions like Vi and Italy and Lee Sin. So it looks like that's the top priority here that G2 is worried about. And then it does alarm me that they won't play Rumble. I guess they're scared of Ziggs. Ziggs can adds a lot of lane pressure, can stay in lane for a long time, can take turrets down with his passive. We get a Yone ban. I don't know much about Jackie's, Patrick, Ignar, or Thantonio. I don't know much about GX. I watch all of the LCK games. I watch some LCK Challenger. Then I get time to watch LPL. And then usually at the end of my week, I have time to watch G2, and that's it. So I apologize. I think Fnatic, they're pretty good, but have kind of been trolling. So anyways, I kind of look at this as like a priority. So like Giants, for example, they're worried. It's like salsa. Like this is hot or extreme, and then this end is mild, right? So on the mild side, GX is worried about Caps's Tristana and Azir, but the most important that they're worried about is Kennen, and then a little bit less worried about Renekton, a little bit less worried about the Aatrox. I don't know why there's an Aatrox ban. I can't recall seeing Broken Blade even play Aatrox for quite a while. But we get a Ashe first pick from G2, and let's take a look at what the stats say about Ashe. I know she was very strong on 1.5. I just want to see what the tier of ADs are. We're looking at AD. Ezreal is ranked higher than Ashe, so I don't know. You know, Ashe is more supportive, adds crowd control. And I also didn't know how to do this because I have a lot of slides. This is how I've been wanting to do slides, so I did a much better job. And this breakdown that I call them, they're not so much reviews, they're actually analytical breakdowns. The problem I run into is trying to show you the information I know out of my head, and it's taken me about 2 years of learning through all this and all this production of, well, how do I get all this information out of my brain and give it to my viewers? So slowly getting there. I'm getting happier with the production. And so G2 first pick the Ashe, and then we get some, I don't know if these are counter picks. I would say like Ashe is probably not good at getting away from Maokai with his W, and Rel can jump in on top of Ashe and break shields. So then, you know, we look at duos here. So maybe there's some type of synergy between Braum and Ivern. And then maybe there's some type of synergy between Smolder and Cassante. One key note is I think this is the first game that Caps has played Smolder, so maybe he's not that confident or not amazingly great with Smolder yet. He's going to need more games. So, you know, I put the numbers here. G2 first picked the Ashe, so then GX counter with the Maokai Rel. So then G2 counter with the Braum Ivern. So then GX counter with the Zeri. And then G2 counter with the Cassante Smolder. And then GX counter with the Ezreal Poppy. You know, you got to throw the bans in there. But the Ashe is weaker into the Ezreal. The Poppy is weak into the Cassante. So I feel like GX got outdrafted in this game. They probably have a much smaller coaching staff. The smaller teams are usually behind a patch or two, to be honest with you. So it's like G2 can be ahead where they're like working on patch 4.16, and GX is like way behind on patch like 14.14, still guessing and trying to figure out, well, how do we play this game? So that's what happens to the smaller teams. They don't have as big as a coaching staff. And so I don't know how to show my slides and do the game at the same time. So I was going to try to do a quick rundown of the slides. I just did a take and messed it up and went like an hour and a half and realized maybe I need to go a little bit quicker through the slides. So I'm just going to do a rundown. But and then I can do the game and then go into the slides at the same time. So, you know, looking into the matchups here, this is how the draft works. You can't win every lane in the draft. You have to give and take. So G2 have the strong top lane matchup. It looks like Cassante is very strong into Poppy. The Ivern and Maokai, couldn't find too much information on this. This is only like one game, so who knows? It's looks like it's a skill matchup from what the stats say. It's 50%, so the skill comes into play. And then it says that the mid lane matchup, Caps should be good against the Zeri. Smolder wins against Zeri 80% of the time. So looking at the bottom lane here, we've got Ezreal into Ashe, and it says that Ashe wins against Ezreal 47% of the time. Now, I thought back in the day that Ashe was good into Ezreal, but I could be wrong. It's been years. So, and then we get G2 drafting Braum into Rel. So this is kind of a balanced lane matchup in the bottom where one matchup is bad and one matchup is good. Caps should be pretty safe in the mid lane, even though he's probably not experienced on Smolder yet. So Broken Blade should be safe in the top lane against Poppy. And then I don't know much about the tree versus tree matchup here. So it looks like it's a skill matchup or player or coin flip matchup here from what the stats are saying, but need to see more games and pay attention. So looking at the notes, I made some game notes, making a rundown, trying to be more professional with this. So lane swap for losing top lane, Cassante versus Poppy. GX looks scared to lane Ezreal into G2 Hansama. Oh, I messed that one up here. I made a typo. This is supposed to say Ashe. I need an editor. Again, it's a one-man show. So it takes a lot of time to watch these games, analyze them, make the slides. One monitor makes it very difficult to snip the pictures out. But we're getting there. We're getting there. So this looks like Caps' first game on Smolder. We've got a 9-minute first dragon attempt by GX. GX difficult. They look like they're having a difficult time taking the turrets. Should be easy to take the turrets with Void Grubs and 2 ADs. Poppy looked like they had a difficult time laning either into Cassante or we get a lane swap in this game and the Ezreal top did not work into Broken Blade. GX attempt to punish a flashless Smolder and lose Dragon to G2, which I call these plays are turning points. Like the NFL has a show where they analyze a game that's like 4 hours long and then they analyze it and compress it into an hour, and it's called Turning Point. And they try to find the turning point in the game where the winning team defeats the losing team. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do and say here. Laning goal. You should always, if you're trying to get to the next level, this is your goal here. You're trying to get 10 CS per minute, which equates to 100 CS at 10 minutes, 200 CS at 20 minutes, 300 CS at 30 minutes. I see some players like Upset on KC where they're like 40 minutes to the game and they have 480 CS, but then their top laner only has like 250 CS in 40 minutes. And then he wonders why he can't carry the game. When you do that, then all your gold is into one player, and then the enemy team can easily just target out the AD. It's really simple, and then your team can't win, and it didn't seem to work for KC. But there's later on in the game, I see even pro players, they start to fall off once you get it 30 minutes where you should have 300 CS, where the Korean teams can kind of stay there. It just depends on the skirmishes that you take around the map. But this is your goal you're trying to get. And solo queue is, you can work this on practice tool. Laning to get 100 CS at 10 minutes, 200 CS at 20 minutes, 300 CS at 30 minutes. And you should have your boots and 2 items by 20 minutes. You don't need kills. Just the farm alone, you should have 2 items, and then that will allow you to go for the Baron. Now, that's in a perfect world, or at the professional level, if you play a perfect game. So maybe 25, 30 minutes for a Baron for a lower ranked solo queue player. But that's your goal. That's what you're working on. And so I'm sorry, these slides like this get a little rough here. And I didn't know to like show you the game and then go out and show my slides because I don't have the second monitor. So I have to switch back and forth between some things. But I thought I would just go ahead and give a rundown of the slides. And then when I get into the game, maybe I'll show them or go over them a little bit. But this is just showing the warding in the beginning of the game. I'm trying to get better at this compared to my last slides. I don't even know if you guys are looking at the slides or not, but the reason I make these is so you can watch the game, and then a lot of you probably have second monitors, or you can put it on your phone and look over it and look at what I'm talking about, and it'll really help you get to the next level. Trying to help teach you vision control. I talked about it in the Gen G VOD review I did, or not VOD review, but breakdown I call them, where I talk about No Faye from Rocks Tigers. There's a show on the LCK in between the matches where they took ex-retired League of Legends pro players like Kuro and Prey and Score, and they had an ex-coach from Rocks Tigers and V5, and a quote he says is, "You make plays around vision." And that's exactly what I'm trying to teach here at the next level. I've been teaching it before I heard No Face say it. I've been aware of this. I talk about it where I played Warcraft 2 for many years, and then Warcraft 3, which is a more complex version of League of Legends, where you're controlling 3 champions at one time, and you have 30 units, sometimes 60 units, and you're harvesting gold and wood and resources to build buildings and make units. And the main thing is, and it's got a map just like this, the Fog of War map, where you're going out and scouting out the enemy and you're making plays ahead of them. You're always trying to be steps ahead of the enemy. That's what you're trying to do with the wards. So we're just showing where Maokai wards the first ward goes, because also League of Legends and the LOL esports is bad about where they try to sell skins in the first minute of the game and you don't really get to see where the wards are. And this is like the beginning of the book. This shows how the game starts and it's going to play out. You're getting your first steps on the enemy to plan, well, what's your next attack? So, and I just show you the timing, and I apologize, but it's hard to blow up the mini map. I don't have replays of the games. None of us do. So it may be a little ugly, but you can get the gist of what's going on. And later on in my slides, I started using the Rift Kit. I forgot about it, but the first few slides on it are a little ugly, and then I learned to use the tool better where I could label the wards and I can put the champions in. So this is just showing that Maokai puts this ward here, and then they have Vision of Ivern. So Ivern wards the top red side jungle entrance. And later on, I show you where I use the Rift Kit, because I said it in my last VOD. I said, well, it'd be really nice if I could see the area vision like this, because, you know, the game is a lot darker when you're playing in solo queue. When we're watching the pro match, we get to see both sides' vision. So the whole map's pretty much lit up. And it looks much different to you if you're playing in the game, or it looks much different if you're G2 or GX. Like, they don't see Ike right here. So a lot of people forget this when they're watching these matches and they're trying to learn. And that's what I worked on with GAM, is I did the vision stuff. I did jungle pathing stuff. If you watch GAM back in 2022 during the summer, they would always get a ward on a buff of the enemy jungler every game. Go back and watch. Summer 2022, and then they also at Worlds. So I do have coaching experience, and I'm trying to grow my brand because I want to work with an English team, an NA or LEC. So here we go. This is where I start talking about the area of vision where I realized I need to use this map tool. I always put the timing here because after a while you watch all this stuff, you'll know there's certain timings in the game. Like 20 minutes, you should have your 2 items and boots. You should be at 200 CS. You should have your wards at certain spots at certain times. Like when the dragon's up and around the dragon pit. So this ward you can see just shows just barely bit they know where Wuhan is. So now they know where the jungler is and they can make plays and decide where to go around the map. You also have a lane swap. You have Ezreal coming top and you got Poppy going bottom. So these slides, again, they're so when you watch this and watch the game, you can go along with it. I'm trying to just give a rundown. I attempted this before I recorded this, and it went an hour and a half, and I was only like 10 minutes in the game, so I realized, okay, I need to speed this up a little bit. I don't think people are going to be entertained sitting here watching it that slow, so... I was kind of confused by that picture because the epic pen. So GX bottom lane, lane swap to top side, Ashe counters Ezreal, bad lane matchup for GX bottom lane. That's probably wrong. It's bad lane matchup for Poppy. So maybe I should fix that real quick. But I had to edit some of these too, so I don't have an editor. I'm always pressed for time. I'm hoping to get all 3 games of these done by Friday before G2 play, but I don't know. It may be where I just get this one game out. I don't know. I only focus one game at a time right now instead of trying to do the whole series because I notice a lot of streamers, a lot of people like say that even the casters on the pro matches, they might do a good job on game 1, but by game 2, they start doing a worse job. And by game 3, they're doing horrible analysis because they don't get a break. They're just forced so many games. And I want all 3 games to be consistent. I don't want to do like 3 games in a row and then I give you maybe good analysis in game 1, but then I fall off. So this is just showing that got a lane swap coming in. Mainly, I think, because it's a bad matchup for Poppy. So Ezreal and Rel invade the G2 topside jungle, but spotted from the Ivern ward. So, again, the ward that Yike placed is good because it spots out Patrick and Ignore. They're going to come over and put a ward. It's all about getting information, like I said. And a lot of people don't even pay attention the first 2 minutes in the game. Or if you're in solo queue, you don't even try till the waves start. And, I mean, the game really starts about 30 seconds in because the amount of time it takes to walk from your base out into the river, the game started because you can start making plays. You can start putting wards on the map. Wards are the most important thing. You make plays around the vision you obtain. And you guys... You know, you forget watching these pro matches that like G2 can't see them right now. They can see them right now because they got a ward, but if there wasn't a ward there, they wouldn't see this. They wouldn't know this is going on. So G2 spot this, and I think Yike decides to path this way instead of maybe trying to take the blue and the Gromp. Now I watched Tian here play Ivern, and what I saw was he started like Raptors, red buff, or maybe it was red buff, Raptors, goes clear down here, then comes clear back up and gets the smite, and then comes back. Like you have to, and it's 45 seconds you have to wait till you can come back and take the camp with Ivern's passive. messes up jungle path for Ivern, who starts one camp and paths on the bottom, past the bottom side. So this will also allow like Maokai to come over here and steal this camp, and there's nothing really Ivern can do about this. You want to really try to shut the Ivern down early. I guess the only bad thing about that is he's more supportive, so if that's so, then he can just go help support the lane's push. Let me double check something. Yeah, I got a fear now that like I'm gonna be on the wrong screen here, but we're all good. See, I was on this earlier and I was testing out this, or I was testing out this, and I was like, that's a cool screen. And then I forgot to switch back here and show my screen, show the notes. So I talked for like an hour and a half. Already 20 minutes into this. And so this is where I've been needing to use this tool. This takes a lot of time to, especially on one monitor. If I had 2 or 3 monitors, it'd be much quicker to do this. But we'll get there, especially once, if I start getting views. That's the problem, is like, is it worth me upgrading my PC if I don't get views or don't grow my channel and no one's watching? If nobody watches the slides, then what's the point of it? But I'm working to get better at the slides. I do have experience working with GAM, like I said. And then I also had to translate it into Vietnamese on top of everything. So I try to like write it like I'm talking to a 5-year-old, and I think the maturity level of many solo queue players is 5 years old. So I'm trying to help you get to the next level. So this shows the area vision. Now later on in the slides, I label this better. Like I label this G2 vision ward. And I realized that I can change these icons to whatever the champions are. So I did that later on. So this shows you the area vision of the ward, which a lot of you don't know how far it goes. Or you forget or realize, like in this position here, if this ward wasn't here, well, this guy, this guy, this guy, they don't know where the bottom and support are. Like they don't know what's going on, but this ward allows this. So Rel wards the G2 topside jungle wolf camp at 1 minute and 40 seconds. So Patrick and Ignar work together to come down here and put a ward. Ivern can't really do anything at this point. Caps has not even played Smolder in professional play, so he's like just learning. G2 have a strong bottom lane right here because they're laning into Poppy that seems like in this game didn't really do much. And Casante's up here getting free XP right now. This will allow Wuhan to come over here and steal his camp. So Braum spotted on the GX bottom side jungle ward, took sweeper lens, cannot place ward. So this might be where like either Mickey X needs to sweep this out because he has a sweeper lens. And if you take that first, you kind of whiff on things, where I feel like most of the time, especially in solo queue, you're probably better off taking the trinket ward as a support until like your second or third back and switch it. But like this is where Mickey X needs the trinket ward, and he could place one here, but he doesn't have anything. But he's also playing ward right here for Hansama by just making sure that Wuhan's not in this area to come gank bottom. So again, I make these slides so A, for my show, but B, so you can look at them when you're watching this game or watching me, or when we actually watch the game. So this just shows, like I'm talking about this, now that we've got this map, we show the area vision. So this one ward here spots out Braum. And the pro players, especially in LPL, are really good at where like they can come and get around this. They know this area vision and they can make ganks in place around these wards so they don't get spotted out. So Braum gets spotted on the ward, has sweeper and no wards to plant in the GX bottom lane. Maokai, safe with ward placed from Rill earlier, takes away the Ivern camp. So this puts Ivern behind because he's already used his passive here, which is probably almost up. And Maokai is going to take this away. This is what you need to do. This was a good ward and good tandem work from Ignar and Wuhan. And again, we're showing the area vision. That this one ward here shows this much vision. Because remember, you're usually seeing black if you're these pro teams. So like G2 can't see this is going on. So Cassante places ward in the top side tri-brush, allowing to pressure lane. And I talk about this all the time, but there's this imaginary line that I see that splits the map in half, like this. And this side of the map is blue sides until turrets get taken down. This side of the map is red side. So unless you have flash or ghost or a teammate around you, you shouldn't be over this lane or over this line. But Broken Blade in this example has this ward here, so he can go over this line. He's safe. He can see if Wuhan comes up here and tries to gank him. And it looks like the area vision's good enough where he'll get spotted out. Now also, some of the things I don't talk about is you also have to push these lanes forward. So if you're laning, if you can lane safely at this neutral position right here and keep the lane right here. But what you're trying to do is get the minion wave that's yours over this line onto this side of the map. So it's pushing into this turret. You're trying to push these waves forward. If you can get them, like if you shove them forward, like last hitting them or killing them faster than the last hitting, like just standing, like freezing is just standing there and waiting for the minions to keep hitting each other until the very last hit, and then you get the last hit and get the gold. But it's not going to push the lane forward. It's just going to stay neutral right here. So what you're trying to do, but you have to be safe. You got to have a ward. You got to have flash. You got to have a teammate around you. You're wanting to get the waves over this line. So the wave will crash onto the enemy side of the map, and the waves will crash into their turrets. That's what you're trying to do. And I know I probably don't explain that enough. I know the mechanic. So that's what's going on, and I'll probably explain more. So G2 jungle bottom and support attempt to... Got a typo there. Attempt. Let's see, what one am I on? There we go. Attempt to dive bottom lane. Unfortunately, GX support is here with Poppy. So even like this, the area of vision, I don't think they can see Poppy standing here, or Rel, I mean. I don't think G2 can see Rel, so they can't dive this Poppy. Because Rel's going to come in. And Yike probably doesn't have any camps to take right here, so some of the reason why he's here right now. But they don't know that this camp's stolen. They don't know this camp's stolen. He doesn't know those camps are stolen. In that position. I mean, I don't know. We're not. It's been a little while since I watched the game, so I'm running this without watching the game. Again, I'm just trying to do a rundown before I get into it. I'm just showing again, like I don't think the G2 jungle support and bottom lane can see Poppy here, so there's nothing they can do. You also have, I think, Wuhan coming up here to gank gank Cassante, but there's a ward there from Broken Blade. Now you could place it deeper or deeper over here, but you know, I call this kind of a lazy ward. But this is still better than none. I see a lot of top laners in solo queue that don't even put wards, and then they don't understand why they get ganked and die. And that's a big reason why. So this one, I think I was just showing Zeri comes over here and puts another ward down. At this point, I didn't have them labeled like they should, but later on in the slides, I realized I can label things, and I could. I had to work a lot of things out personally in the production on this, and I'm happy that it's turned out how it's turned out. But I started labeling these later as we go on. I just didn't have time to go back and fix these slides. So like this is a G2 ward. These are GX's vision wards. So GX should be able to scout out Ivern whenever he comes up here to get his jungle. And so, like I say, Maokai spotted on the G2 ward right here. So that spot works for Broken Blade in this instance. He prevents a gank. Again, solo queue players, think about the line. It splits the map in half. Except it's perfectly straight, which I can't draw. There's a tool, but I got to pay money for it. And you're trying to shove the waves over this line so they crash into the enemy turret. So Zeri places ward at the G2 topside jungle entrance, allowing to pressure and overextend her lane. So this ward here, this pressure up here, this will allow Zeri to go over this line. But also, like, this type of player will probably, you can play safe on this side, but you can't play safe on this side. But then, like, someone like Caps will realize if he's playing on this side and not this side, well, there must be something going on over here. So Ivern warns the bottom lane side top brush at 3 minutes and 34 seconds. So down here. Just good spot to help give vision to Mickey and Hansama from Wuhan, or, you know, again, you want to be putting wards around the map. You want to try to light it up. You don't want to play in the dark. So Maokai claims the Scuttle Crab at 3 minutes and 30 seconds top Riverside control. And like I say, that when a team gets the Scuttle Crab, then basically this section of the river, what is going on? Oh. This section of the river becomes theirs. It also allows the pressure like I'm talking about. So like Jackie's can pressure this lane and get his turrets over this, or get his minion waves over this line so they're crashing into the enemy turret. You can also play safe and win games, and play safe and not die, and just play in this neutral position until the enemy runs off or recalls or makes a play elsewhere around the map, and then shove the waves. But you want to keep it neutral until, like right here, Jackie's has Maokai right by him, so he knows he can be aggressive and shove this wave forward. So you want to keep it neutral unless you have deep vision or vision wards, flash, maybe an item advantage as well. And like the way I kind of played solo queue was like if I'm laning, I keep it in a neutral position until the jungler's around me, and then I shove it forward. So Ivern then, a minute later, claims the Scuttle Crab in the bottom part. Which then this bottom part of this part of the river is basically G2's now. Also, that's a good time to have it, even though it's behind by a minute, because it's there for when the dragon spawns. And I would like to see teams take dragon at 5 minutes. That's kind of the problem with Ivern, is Ivern can't solo take the dragon or void grubs until he has Daisy, which he's not going to get till like 6 minutes or longer in the game. And like in this game, he's behind already because he lost a camp. But I did see Tien where they will take the dragon at 5 minutes with Ivern. It's just Jackie, Love, and Mako will back off the bottom lane and help Ivern take the dragon. So you can do that. Ezreal places a ward in the river, which allows him to overextend and pressure the lane. Like I'm talking about the imaginary line, he's over it. Ezreal's over this imaginary line. He's shoving the waves so they crash into the turret, or the waves push over this line. And basically, instead of just letting the minions hit each other and kill each other and then taking the last hit, you're doing damage to the minions like as fast as you can, or you don't have to do it as fast as you can, but you're autoing and damaging the minions so it kills them faster, so your wave doesn't die and like stacks up and gets bigger than enemy waves. And then you crash that into the turret. So this ward here allows Poppy to be safe under the turret and prevent a 3-man dive. Also, Yike put a ward there. Maokai backs and buys Faded Ashes at 4 minutes and 46 seconds. Should be, see, if this is why I put the timings and all this, so then you know how fast you should be clearing the jungle and you know when you should have your items. So like at 4 minutes 46 seconds, if you're Maokai and you're playing AP, even though I see Tien go Iron Locket instead and tank and not AP, and it looks like AP Maokai didn't work in this game. But at like 4 minutes 46 seconds, you should have a Faded Ashes and a control ward, where Ivern only has CDR boots. So Maokai starts Void Grubs, so G2 decides to 3-man dive Poppy, who's alone in the bottom turret. Rel is missing, and there's no vision bottom side for GX. So this is where I'm like, man, G2 should take the dragon here, but they decide that Poppy's alone, so I guess they attempt to dive her right here. Again, they don't see Rel but in the bottom lane, but Rel's up here with Ezreal. So Rel's recalling, and you see they're diving. There's no wards down here, so it's a good time to, they don't see where Ivern is, for example. Giants, that is, or GX. So G2 attempt to dive Poppy, but Ivern needs Daisy. Poppy also has Flash. This sets off a chain of events, which is a failed dive. Caps is forced to flash mid. So Caps looked like he might be struggling there into Zeri. Has to bird his flash. Almost dies as the Arcane Barrage from Ezreal. So Ezreal shoots an ultimate and it almost hits Caps. I think that's where he had to flash. It's forced to go Yike. And it's like where the support and jungle on G2 don't know where to go at this point to do the dive or to go help Caps, so they don't get anything out of this. Ashe overextended alone, so Rel and Poppy all in, burning Ashe's cleanse, forcing G2 support and jungle to make decision to save Smolder or Ashe, putting them in a stalemate. I think they should take the dragon instead of diving. Ivern needs level 6 to take objectives solo, and after seeing this play bottom, dive as well, question mark. And I don't know why I put at least with Ashe's damage. I think I meant like take the dragon, help take the dragon. I thought I need to hire an editor, I guess. So Ivern finally gets level 6 from the Gromp and can dive Poppy with Daisy. Also flashes down for Poppy. Is this the game-changing play? The turning point. G2 are up by 1,100 gold. But GX do have 3 Void Grubs here, which should help Zeri and Ezreal be able to push down turrets. Play should allow G2 to take first turret and dragon. So I thought they should get this turret and be able to get dragon on display. Caps doesn't have flash. Cleanse is down. Poppy got killed. Lost their flash. Cassante overextended to G2 ward Blue River and spot Rel and Maokai. I think I'm saying that Broken Blade has this ward in the Tri-Brush, and so he's going to see Maokai and Rel come gank him. His Ghost is up. Again, the line, like I say, unless you have some type of vision or you have your jungler over here. Now, Broken Blade could maybe get deeper wards, but this ward works for him in this situation. But he's going to get ganked. And this is where I'm getting better and I start labeling the wards. But you can see this ward does show the area of vision. So it will spot out Maokai and Rel when they come in to gank him. And this one, I'm just showing that Poppy puts a ward right here on this wall to help protect him because he's overextended. Might not be a good ward. Maybe like here would be a better ward. Maybe even here. But I think he's afraid he's going to get dove, so that's why he puts it through the wall. Even though he's got a movement speed. He also doesn't have flash, so it's kind of like a really aggressive play on Poppy here where he could get dove. Or dove ganked and die. He's overextending, like the line I talk about. So he's not safe at all. But he's afraid to go over and put it in the brush. Because you also don't see Ashe, Rel, or Ashe, Braum, or Ivern, and you have to assume that they're in any brush if you can't see them on your mini-map. So first dragon, I should have put first dragon attempt of game, or first attempt. First dragon attempt. Attempt. But this is the turning point because Poppy doesn't have flash and Caps doesn't have flash. And I guess like teams try to go for star players. So they're like, oh, Caps is in a spot where we can kill him. So let's kill Caps. And then this will make G2 crumble. So they back off the dragon and think they should have just took the dragon. GX decide to all in flashless Smolder and back off the dragon. And I think maybe this is where GX throw this game away right here. And so I finally learned how to label this and do this correctly. But you see these areas of vision now. So like if Ashe could get around this GX ward, for example, and not get spotted, but Zeri, Maokai, they're going to get spotted by this G2 control ward. Then there's a vision ward to back it up. If Braum comes down here and goes through here, he's going to get spotted by this GX ward. If Ivern comes down through this way, he'll get spotted by a GX ward. So sorry it took me this many slides to learn how to do this, but from here on out, it should be much better. This looks better than the first few slides I showed on the Rift kit. So Braum ward the brush, scouting for missing GX members. This is what I wanted to point out. Like, they still don't know where Wuhan is, for example. So he can't face check the brush. His Q may not be up in this position. And this is the difference. If you want to get to the next level, you don't face check brushes. So it looks like Wuhan's there to us, but you got to remember from their point of view, they can't see Wuhan. They may not see this right here, but I forget what exactly the turret's aggro radius is, but it should just barely see them. They can't see Wuhan. And I should have probably made a map right here, or should have made a map of this slide, but I didn't, to see if it spotted Wuhan or not, but it should. Ashe and K'Sante are safe to overextend and push the lane due to all these vision wards on their side and top river. So I'm just showing why Broken Blade up here can overextend. There's this whole line of vision from G2. So they own this river. So Broken Blade safe. And then Ashe is safe. Ashe even has a ward in the mid lane. Over the line, like I said. Like pushing the waves over the line. I've just shown why Broken Blade's safe up here. And here's the line again. That you shouldn't cross this line unless you have vision or a teammate near you or flash. Like, he doesn't have ghost up, so it's not really that safe of a play even for Broken Blade. Don't know where Rel is. You don't know where Poppy is. It could be right here in this brush. But the reason, like, I think G2's going to get punished hard by a LCK team or an LPL team. They'd have a ward right there. Still trying to spot out the enemy jungler. And that's why, like, I'm kind of critical of Broken Blade and say there's some lazy warding. GX lose the dragon for the greedy play attempted to take out Smolder. So G2 take this dragon. They should be able to get the bottom turret. Braum caught out alone, and GX have no vision and the side brush to see Ivern costing Maokai flash. Also, GX have one control ward and one vision charge on the support item to counter Brushmaker. So, what I'm saying is here, GX can't see Yike, and they think that this is their one chance that they caught somebody out, so they're going to punish them, so they use Maokai's ultimate here, and they're planning to all in Mickey X. But Mickey X has flashes into the side brush here. And then also what I'm saying is there's only one charge of ward for GX. And unfortunately, the brush maker allows you to make brushes around here. And then you need a ward to put in that brush or you can't see the enemies. So if they're ranged, they can auto attack you, but you can't do anything to them. Then if you have a ward, you can attack them outside the brush if you're ranged. So the brush maker is almost like invis. And so I show this right here, the area vision. So this is a GX ward, I think. This is a GX ward. So Brahms caught out in that ward. Again, you have to remember that the vision looks different to the players. It's much darker. You're seeing both sides, so it's kind of confusing. You know, and Zary can get over this wall, but GX have all their eggs in one basket, so they have all their vision down here. They can't see Yike. They can't even see Ash either. So Poppy wastes ult, has no TB, so I don't understand, but Poppy makes the play here, and I think Casante's recalling right here, right? But he just uses his ult for no reason, and his flash is down. So I think he just made an error, but that'll also put his ultimate down. Rel is level 5, no ult. Maokai ult is down for any retaliation. So remember, Maokai used the ult on Mickey X a minute ago, or however long it was. Again, I'm trying to do a rundown through the slides before we go into the game, but then I may not explain as much when I go into the game. Also out of vision wards for GX. So they're out of vision charges. But the big key is Brahms level 6. Rel's only level 5, so no ultimate here. I'm thinking G2 thought they could take the turret in this slide. G2 claimed the first turret gold, and Zary wastes TP to save turret. Out macroed 23.8k gold, lead to a 19.5k gold. GX cannot afford the vision utilizing map control, or afford the vision that G2 is utilizing for their map control. So that extra gold is allowing G2 to have more vision around the map than GX has, and then allowing them to gain more resources. So they're getting more and more of GX's jungle and their turrets and slowly choking out GX. So G2 got the dragon. I think what I was saying is Zary TP'd here and wasted it. But look at all this gold you get from a turret. 450 gold, 325 gold. G2 have full item advantage at 15 minutes over GX top and bottom laner. So I think in any straight up team fight, G2 could win. You're also trying to get 225 stacks on Smolder as fast as you can, which are usually around 21 minutes, 22 minutes. So I was just showing how Poppy is behind Casante a good bit. Doesn't even have a full item yet. Ezreal doesn't have a full item yet. So I don't think GX can win a team fight against G2 at this point. If you're an AD player and you cry, I win lane and lose game, this is because you're not rotating to mid lane. I meant to put to mid lane. If you're an AD player and you cry, I win lane and lose game, this is because you're not rotating to mid lane after the first turret is down. Once the first turret is down, you swap the mid laner a side lane. You swap the mid laner a side lane, allowing your jungle and support to babysit, meaning your mid laner goes to a side lane, bottom, or top, and you stay in the mid lane if you're an AD. Allowing your jungle, let's see, once you swap the mid laner side lane. Yeah. Okay. This fight looks like started from GX, but this fight is initiated from Hansama. So Ash actually initiates this fight here, which is hard to see when you're watching the game. Hitting Rel with Enchanted Crystal Arrow, forcing Poppy teleport to bottom lane. GX ward behind the Dragon Pit, spots Ivern and Braum pathing. So there is a ward behind the Dragon Pit when Ivern and Braum come down here to save Broken Blade. But I don't know, they were like trying to, I think it was just a random shot from Hanzama and it hit Rel and it was a pretty good play. And then I think it initiates a fight. G2 can't see Maokai in this position coming to get dove from Ignar and Jackie's. So it's like this could have been a dive that GX won and Hansama prevented it with this Ash Arrow. So Hansama might be player of the game. GX ward behind the Dragon Pit spots out Ivern and Braum coming to bottom to help Cassante. And I think Mickey puts a ward here too, like I talk about, where he doesn't just run in the brush, he wards it first because they don't know where Ignar is, for example. Ivern and Braum spotted on GX Vision Ward behind Dragon Pit. Braum places Vision Ward in the bottom tri-brush, looking for Poppy and Maokai. So I took the time to make a more defined vision map so you can see it. And you can see the area of vision. It gets a little confusing, but like I said, I learned how to label these. As you see, the Baron Pit is warded up for Rift Herald and all the vision around the Dragon Pit. And then GX have they're afraid of losing their blue buff, so they got a control ward on it that I don't think they really need. They probably need it down here to clear out vision. So it's kind of like greedy. It's probably one that Maokai put where he's like, I don't want to lose my buff. So they're not very cohesive as a team or trust each other. And I think I'm just showing the ward placement here. Smolder obtains plus 300 gold for turret, more gold than GX will win in this trade. So Smolder's up here and got a turret. It's just 300 gold. G2 obtained GX's bottom side jungle resources and should get the second dragon here. So after all that, after that amazing Ash ult arrow from Hansama landing and initiating this fight, Caps getting the turret up top, then G2 get all these resources. It's just an Ivern's ahead of Maokai, just slowly choking out GX. It's getting close to like a 8k gold lead. So G2 don't get GX bottom side jungle resources, but obtain 2 deep wards to scout information. Again, that Ivern passive takes 45 seconds or your smite, so it's hard to counter jungle with Ivern. He's more of a support. G2 add to their 7k gold lead. This game's out hand. Ezreal scout with the ultimate. I remember seeing Ezreal like throwing an ult around somewhere to try to get vision, but I can't see it on this. It must have been after I made this slide. GX attempt. GX attempt dragon without dragon pit prep around and behind, so they have no vision behind here, and they're going to get punished by G2. They got all their eggs in one basket. They got their vision on their side of the map, where you kind of need some vision down here. The Scryer bloom that G2 can get that's going to clear out. So this is very risky dragon that GX is trying to take. This is like last minute stuff. And you can see they do have, I guess they did have one ward back here. And Brahms and Smolder are caught out, so they don't know Ashe is there, but they know that Smolder and Braum are there. Again, the vision looks a lot different when you're playing in solo queue or on a pro team. I'd like to play on a pro team or high level just because like I don't think you would see Ashe either. You would see Smolder in this, so you don't even know where Ashe is. You just know there's 1, 2. You don't know where Ivern is. You don't know where Cassante is. So you have to assume, and in this play, Broken Blade's going to teleport here and come in behind and flank him. And it didn't look like GX did anything with Sweeper Lens or Control Ward to try to clear this out. So Broken Blade did make a teleport flank play here, so maybe G2's leveling up. GX should have swept out this Tri-Brush area before starting the dragon. So Zeri gets caught out, overextended without vision, and punished. Again, and I put the timing here. This is just slowly showing how G2 won the game and GX lost the game. So Zeri is going to get caught out here. There's no vision. Her vision, like ward, I think, placed here. I think at this point she would need the Farsight stone. Would be much better because then once you're down this far, you could put it here or over here. G2 collect more gold with the Rift Herald. This is how you want to use, so you get more. So I'm just saying that instead of just wasting the Rift Herald, they get a turret out of this. I think they did anyways. 2 items and boots is your goal at 20 minutes, so your team can take Baron quickly. And so in this position, G2 could easily take the Baron, and there's nothing that GX can do. They need another full item on Poppy. They need another full item on Maokai. They need another full item on Zeri. They need another full item on Ezreal. They need another full item on Rel before they can even attempt to take the Baron. Maybe they could catch out a G2 member or two or steal it with the Ezreal ult or something, but there's nothing they can really do. And so then G2 win the game at 25 minutes and 50 seconds. Okay, so here we go into the game. You got my notes. You know my draft thing. I probably explained it good enough. So this is where I don't know what all to do here, but because I did a quick overview already, but the way I look at the game is like this for the draft. You know, I can do this without the casters. I could probably be a caster, but then I reach out and talk about it, and they're like, well, you need 4 years of experience doing challenger stuff, and I'm like, why would I do that? I'm not interested in that. I mean, I would do it if somebody would give me the job or work. That's some of why I'm doing this content stuff, because I'm interested in this, but not the challengers. I'd see it as work and would do it if I had the opportunity, but to sit here and like if they were like, hey Sodaron, you can start casting NA challenger games, yeah, I would do it. But I try to look in the groupings here like this, because you get more counter picks on the red side. But then also on the red side, you're protecting Baron, where on blue side, you're protecting Dragon.
tanks. I mean,
So then you can counter these.
We already saw Jackie's pop-off performance on the champion earlier this split.
Yeah, Jackie's has to be somewhere our eyes are fixed for.
Or you can counter either or.
Was talking about how they traditionally go 3 tanks, 2 carries. Jackie's has so consistently been the carry.
I don't know why the Aatrox ban.
Hasn't placed anywhere higher than 6th this year.
I haven't seen Renekton like in the LEC for a while. I saw Ben play Renekton today and Kennen. I think those are still the 2 strongest top side picks, either Kennen, Renekton, and then Cassante. Even though Rumble's still supposed to be the strongest with Ignite, and then the Void Grubs. The Void Grubs allow you to stay even in a bad matchup, or to even win a bad matchup.
I think the question also is, will Caps actually go towards those AD mid laners? Because last time against MDK, he didn't play a
don't think I recall seeing Tristana for a while outside the LPL. Maybe a couple games of the LCK.
We do see the Tristana banned away by Giant X, but as you say, Lucian's still there, Ezreal's still there for Caps if he wants an AD in mid.
I think it's also just like we saw G2.
I may fast forward through this a little bit.
Just weren't comfortable with an
But I kind of like to do my analysis and stuff and then hear what the casters say. And then you all can be like, Sodaron's not full of BS after all, or he knows what he's talking about. Because when I do the analysis, like, I don't watch the game, I fast forward through it, and I'm watching the mini-map the whole time.
Something like a Zeri top is a possibility, not something I would expect that much from the Antonio, but we have seen it in other regions.
Cassante plus Corki probably makes the most sense here. They can also do Smolder. We've been seeing it pop up. We even saw it yesterday.
Oh, I deleted it already. My bad. I already deleted.
The champion in mid lane, relatively safe, good scaling, offers this huge late game threat. And when you have Braum plus
I messed that up.
you have a huge amount
1,
of heal and protection for your
2,
carries. I would argue that G2's composition is
so I think this is Caps' first Smolder.
Braum as your primary support. He doesn't have the strongest tools to actually start a fight. However, the pick potential on G2 is very high. They have a
Broken Blade,
CC when you think about Braum passive, Ashe,
bans, and 2 Caps
all
bans.
sorts of tools to be able to lock down a single
And
target.
G2's worried about Wuhan's Nidalee. I think it's very alarming we don't see Ike playing Nidalee.
They have both the Zeri and the Ezreal. The truth is, gentlemen, I think this is going to be a relatively
They're worried about Wuhan getting Vi, and then Vi's the Sejuani counter, so then you can't play Sejuani. Sejuani has really good synergy with Ashe, and then I think you like throw Braum into that, and then you have 3 really strong picks. I don't know why the Poppy. I'm seeing Poppy be really strong in LPL as a support, and you take Hail Blades on her, or she's a pocket pick to counter some strong, like Poppy counters Vi, for example. Because you just Poppy ult Vi when she tries to come in and ult you.
Not as much explosiveness from either of these the game teams that have to show.
Metro presents
Oh, sorry. I don't have, I have ad blocker, but I don't have YouTube Premium. Can't afford it. That's why I need subscribers. So you see that quickly already. Maokai put this ward down here. And then he's going to path over here. And this is going to eventually spot out Braum. And talking about the vision, again, man to man, you try to get your man. These guys aren't very safe in the brush, but you can only see like this much vision, and that's it. So like GX can't see Ike, for example. I'm sure Cassante can barely see Poppy. So I'm trying to give you a different view. Even if you play the game, you probably don't even think about this because you're so used to seeing the whole map and you get both sides of vision. And the wards, I'm telling you, you make your plays around vision that you get on the enemy. It's not a tough concept. It's something I learned 25 years ago playing Warcraft 2. So Yike gets the ward here. Again, I've got, if you're just watching this or whatever, I'm giving you the notes in my chat of the slides. They go along with this. I probably don't even need to go through them.
And they're going in.
But Ivern wards the top side, red jungle. Then the next note, and then I showed the Maokai. Again, I'm just showing you. I want you to go and look at the notes yourself. So the next note's at 56 seconds. It's showing the lane swap, and it's showing where Wuhong's going to get caught out on this ward right here. You see, there's the area of vision. It just barely clips. This ward just like barely clips him. Or should. I may not have got it close enough to the wall. That's the hard part, is like getting it exact. He may just be out of range right there.
Into a composition that is very similar to their own.
Yeah, especially when Giant X have still shown that they struggle in the mid game. Even when they can find early success, it's someone getting caught out, they're not in the right position, and they end up throwing away those leads. So I think there's a lot of question marks around how Giant X.
So we got a lane swap.
And especially against a team like G2,
Either
still very good at punishing
GX didn't want the Poppy into Cassante, which I guess is a bad matchup, or the Ezreal and the Ashe. Ezreal should be the winning matchup, but it may be a player skill too, like Hansama might be better than Patrick, I don't know. May not want the Ashe into the... It looked like Hansama played a really good Ashe, and Ezreal looked like he didn't do very much. He had a whole lane to himself, and he was behind Cassante. He wasn't even at the target window of having the Trinity Force at 15 minutes with boots. He was behind. So here we see the ward like I talk about.
2v1 pressure in the...
This area of vision, it's going to catch out Mickey X. Make sure everything's all right on this. Yep. My last VOD, the volume went down on the last video a little bit. Some of you probably can't even tell, but or don't even watch. Eventually you will. So ignore Ezreal come in here and put a ward. They're going to take that camp away from Yike and put him behind. Ivern's really easy to counter jungle early.
The wave will slowly push towards the giant side of the map.
See how well this
Caps looked like he had a pretty bad game. Jackie's stayed even or got ahead of Caps a little bit. I don't know much about Jackie's. I don't know if he's a top player or not. I never really hear about him. I never hear about any of the players, but I do know about Ignar and Wuhan. I know Wuhan was on DRX. He was the backup player. I think he was a backup player, right? Was it Willer?
Yeah, I think Yike's aware. I think he just spotted Maokai on a ward that was placed in River, and you could even see he was thinking of going into his top side to try and steal that camp away after seeing the lane swap.
Sorry, I took a big gulp and almost choked on my tea. So Maokai comes down here and takes a camp away from Ivern. Remember Ivern, it takes 45 seconds for his passive to clear before he can go reclaim the jungle camp. So Wuhan's going to take the blue buff away from Ivern. You know, this ward was a pretty good ward because it gave this whole jungle away to GX.
Tanking the tower as of yet. Antonio hits the level 2. Ignar shows his face and should be able to clear up these minions underneath the turret.
Yike goes up there. His smite's not up either. So he should, I guess, smite the blue buff right here. Take it away. I'm watching Yike. But he decides to go away. He saved his smite. I'm guessing he saved his smite for Scuttle Crab. Right there, which is the smart play. Oh no, he does it because it takes another minute.
We're only 3 minutes in, of course, but if we're going to take stock real quick, Ezreal's getting isolated experience.
I don't know, I may have put smite on the ancient golem just to safely take it away, but I guess they also know where Wuhan was.
He's at the risk of getting dived once again. Yike is still hovering around the bot side of the map. They're being very cautious. Look, this wave will hit at just the right time. So now
Because
G2
that
can
one
stack up another wave
ward
to
that Yike put down in the beginning showed
If you don't get the dive, you're still
a
getting
Wuhan path through there, right?
in the grand scheme of
I'd
things,
have to go
we're
back in
victory.
time.
So I agree with you, Betty. I'm not really sure what the thought process is from Giant X.
I wasn't really paying attention to Wuhan's pathing, but I think he
We're all on the same page, so we're
went
not quite
through
sure
the
what
river
page
while that
Giant X
ward was up
currently
and then got
sits on.
spotted out
Wave
and then
shoved out
took
by Patrick could just be, of course, to
the
avoid the early pressure
Wolves'
underneath
ancient
the
golem
camp,
and
but now
Gromp
Patrick
away.
Ignar maybe get him towards the level 3, level 4, and then he can path back down towards this bottom side. But as I say that, looks like he's opening up top.
And there's so much to talk about in one game.
Antonio will be able to catch this wave under the turret.
GX have a lot of vision up here,
Look like they're going
and
to head back down to the
really
bottom
worried
side,
about
so
Patrick and this Ezreal.
Patrick in top lane.
So a lot of vision invested up here.
I guess
Broken Blade's got a ward right
They
here.
just wanted to avoid the 2 versus 2. They wanted to allow Patrick to at the very least get good farm. And you kind of look at the bot lane.
Again, one of the lazy wards, I think, where he should get it a little bit deeper, like down here. Even though he is in a 2 versus 1, he's like overextended in a 2 versus 1 lane. I don't know if he couldn't see that Rel was there. I think that was the thing, that Rel was hidden.
And I mean, they haven't lost anything, like aside from a few plates to the bot side of the map. So the bot lane dive never really came through from G2. So yeah, okay, I mean,
But
there's no
Broken Blade did well into this lane swap.
to the swap at the very least.
I think the biggest
So it
problem
looks
is
like
League of
Broken
Legends
Blade
is
knows how to
that
lane
they
swap, or
try
G2
and
know how to
go
lane
for
swap
Giant
pretty
X,
well.
having this Ezreal on the top side. You go for the dive on towards bot lane.
Saw a thing where the LCS keep putting out that the fans don't even like lane swaps. Where it was like Emily Rand and I think Kobe or someone was saying that players don't, or fans at LCS don't like lane swaps. And my point of view was maybe they don't like lane swaps because you don't explain to them what's going on in lane swaps. So how would the fans know? If you were more informative to the fans of what's going on in lane swaps, maybe then they would like lane swaps. So some lazy casting. And then lazy social media trying to push the narrative that people don't like lane swaps.
You haven't got any damage, and suddenly you're losing map state already at this.
Just because 100 people say they don't like something on social media doesn't mean that's the whole consensus.
You just don't have that same threat because you haven't got any damage, and suddenly you're losing.
So
map state
Wuhan's going to
already
get this
at
ward
portion of the
out,
game,
and now Caps has to play safe.
which opens up Mickey to start to roam. I think
He can play and shove the lane and play on this right side because of this ward right here.
that's where Giant X are going to start to struggle, is if G2 just get map control off of this position.
Dog snoring. I hope you don't hear it. So Wuhan's got the faded ashes. Ivern can't do anything, but like I said, I see Tian and Top Esports. They'll take the dragon at 5 minutes with Ivern being level 5 and not having Daisy. They'll just back off this lane, and they could. This is an opportunity where G2 could take this. And I don't know what they're doing. They're trying to like punish this Poppy or something. Like they think it's funny. They want to dive this Poppy really bad, and I don't know why.
Now you're going to start to fall behind.
I think this is
Ignar's making his way down here.
some of the fault of G2. Just take the dragon. Back off, take the dragon, reset, come back, then take the turret. I don't think you're going to get the turret, but maybe they get some plates here that I didn't pay attention to, and this was worth their time. They got, let's see. Have to watch because the observer likes to move so much. So there's one plate and 42 gold getting split up, which that's enough to buy like one ward for each of the people that just got.
Resets come through. Notice Ignar's now made his way back to bot.
So there's some more vision plays. So now Yike, Mickey X, and Hansama can forward a control ward and place it on the map. Now Hansama is overextended here, and he should have backed off when Yike and Mickey X left the lane. He should have came down and let the lane reset. But they didn't see, I don't think they saw Rel.
Yeah, I mean, which makes the dive probe secured.
Fine.
Rel was on the way.
He's completely.
I think this is where if you're Yike, you need to put the ward here to spot the Rel. He put it, I think he put one here in the side brush. And I probably missed some slides, but again, I went over them at the beginning. Lane swap. Ezreal and Rel invade G2 topside jungle, but spotted on Ivern. Messes up the path for Ivern. This is showing how the bottom lane and support gets spotted by the ward. So that's why I guess G2 just let GX have the topside jungle, and Yike never comes over here. They mess around in this instead. This ward spots them out. They know that they're going to place a ward in here. Rel wards G2 topside jungle Wolf Camp. Braum spotted on GX ward. I forget how far we're into the game. Braum spotted on. Zeri places a ward at the jungle entrance. Maokai gets spotted on the G2 ward. Ivern wards the top. There's it is. Ivern puts the brush here, or puts the ward in the brush, where I think he should have got the ward in the middle of the lane, and it would have showed Rel come through. Ezreal places a ward, blah, blah, blah. We went over all this. I think we're like 6 minutes into the game. G2 attempt to dive Poppy, but Ivern needs Daisy. And like I said, if Ivern had a ward here, they'd see the Rel coming down because they don't know where Rel is. Ashe overextended alone, so Rel and Poppy all in. Ashe is forced to use Cleanse here to live. And they're trying to make a decision to save Smolder. Smolder has to use his flash. I think they should take the dragon instead of diving. They did get a plate. Yike has Daisy there.
Fine. Croak secured. Resets come through. Notice Ignar's now made his way back to bot, which makes the dive much harder. The level 6 as well. Yeah, I mean.
So I don't know the next 2 games if I'll go this far in depth with the slides and stuff. I may not have time. I may just have to give my analysis during the game and not make slides or not make as many. So
Level 6 as well.
again, Caps I don't think is that proficient on Smolder yet for one. I think maybe Yike and Mickey X are coming up here to gank Jackies. So I said they don't know. They're in a stalemate. They don't know to help bottom lane or help mid lane. And it's like you can't. You have to decide on one or the other. Really, they should just decide on the bottom lane. Yike doesn't have Daisy yet. I think Maokai and Ivern are behind a good bit in this game. They should have ults and be level 6 by now. But there's hesitation where like Braum and Ivern were going to mid, and then Hansamba gets caught out. So miscommunication, he has to use his cleanse.
Down the mom to try and call for a little bit of aid. Jackie's flash away the level up. Just in time there for Jackie's getting over to level 7.
Jackie's got a bit of HP there from leveling.
Caps, true shot barrage going wide.
was a tense moment. Now the Antonio looking for a fight.
Mickey's stunned into the wall.
Also, Yike's
Right
not
down onto the
6.
Antonio, who flashes away, as does Ignar.
Brahm's not level
There's the
6.
first bit of CC, and Ignar is gonna pay for Antonio's dive in with his
But
luck.
see, if Yike was there, they probably would have got Poppy as well, and then got the turret, and then could have went to Dragon or Dragon,
The Antonio
then get the turret.
he was like, we're going in. Yeah, that was not the best of decisions, and now he's all on his lonesome in this bottom side.
And
And no
that's the
TP to
keeper's
help him out.
verdict. Is it enough? Can he helicopter his way out of this one? The answer is an emphatic no. G2.
Hey guys, take the turret.
Now, that was quite a big misplay because what
I don't know
was
why
a
you just
relatively
don't
even
all
early game
go for
is
the
now
turret.
gonna explode
Trying to put all the
drastically
gold
in
on
favor of G2.
Hansama.
TP gonna be committed by the Antonio
I guess
to
I
try
didn't
and
think
push
about
away,
Poppy
but
teleporting
Hansama's
back
gonna
there.
secure
But
the plate.
why not
G2
just go directly to the Dragon then?
Broken Blade now could be the one in danger.
Ghosts immediately as soon as he sees Juhan coming across that ward. Ignar here to help out, but the ward will be cleared and Broken Blade still escapes.
Yeah, I think they had to pull away there because there's always an opportunity for Broken Blade to hold
Okay,
Juhan.
Maokai is recalling, Ezreal's recalling.
Honestly, probably could pick off Juhan if
Dragon's up.
So, just
Void
back
Grubs
away
are
from
up in
that
2
one.
minutes.
Those burns, not the end of the world. G2 still.
Quick look at the notes. So 7 minutes. We're on to 8 minutes. Play should allow G2 to take first turret. Cassante overextends. The blue ward in the river spot out Rel and Malachi. So Maokai just backed. Again, you can look at these so you can figure out wards and better spots to put them and how much vision they show. This is where I think Poppy need to get a deeper ward. Here or up here somewhere. So he's going to get dove. And then somebody gets hit by Ezreal's ult. Come on. Oh, I was trying to play the video.
Still coming out on top.
I will say that, like, I think they should have just swapped back. Like,
Yeah, I agree.
isn't Poppy a good matchup into Cassante?
It was what we saw at MSI. Oscar Winham cracked it out to try and win those matchups.
And I mean, now you can see that he's.
So Caps
he's won.
rotates bottom, gets hit by probably a waste of a Poppy ult
26
there.
down, he's died once. He uses the ult.
But it did allow this wave to crash into the turret. See, that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to get the waves to crash into the turrets. And the only way they'll do it is once you get it over the line, like I talk about. Once it's over the line, it starts pushing into the enemy side.
Ultimate to just be annoying to Caps, which, you know, I mean, I think he succeeded in that front. I mean, again, like when you look at the
This is always a good ward if you're a mid laner and you don't know where to ward. You can put one in the middle of the lane.
Sure, it's
Helps
not
you
that
lane
dramatic, right?
safer.
The goal difference isn't too crazy, but the problem is that when you have two scaling compositions, it kind of becomes this race of who reaches their breakpoints faster, and you've just accelerated G2. So now coming into the next dragon, G2's
So
likely to have
Wuhan
those
spotted
first
out on a
completed,
ward
but
right
you're
here
still in
from
the components
G2.
phase.
I don't even think I got a slide of that one. Yeah, I didn't even get a slide of that. I messed up. So Wuhan does get spotted
We've
out.
seen from G2 have been their early game, so opting out of that does seem a little bizarre. Now, Giant X aren't the best in the early stages, like they do average a deficit when it comes to the 14-minute mark, but still, if you're going to fight them, it feels like the early game is really where you want to try and...
This is one good reason of Maokai because he can throw the saplings in the brushes and give you
For the
free
moment,
vision.
Giants have been unable to
And
find
that's
any blood. Ignar's looking for
about all I
something.
talk about is vision, right? But it's the most important stat.
Flap his way.
Most people will say movement speed. I guess gold's the most important stat, and then vision, and then movement speed.
Mickey's here to defend him. Mom. Well, it's called and is able to clear out the wave.
Or at least the play is secured for Giant X.
So, okay. Ash got the Scryer's bloom right there that gives vision on all of GX.
But I think
At some point, I remember he hits this awesome Ash arrow. So 9 minutes 30. So it's where GX thought they could all in Caps because he didn't have Flash and it failed and they lost Dragon. So GX didn't get anything. They probably used And they didn't use any
So
summoners.
a lot of the weight is on Jackie's in the mid lane. The
Ivern
only
gets the Scuttle Crab in the top. That's going to help
number next to his name.
allow
He's been so
Cassante to be
consistently
safe
carried
up there,
for the
pushing
team.
down the
question is,
turret.
can he step up here against G2?
Well, he's going to have to, as you already
Mickey X
highlighted,
doesn't
a lot of
face
the
check. He
carry
puts a
responsibility
ward in
typically
that
falls
brush,
to
or
his
there's
Patrick
already a
shoulders,
ward in
and
that brush.
in a composition like this, his positioning is going to be crucial. I think Zeri can still 1v9 games, especially in composition.
So it's like GX don't know where to rotate their top and bottom laner in this game at all.
Carries have a lot more peel,
Yeah.
like a lot more. While Giant X's kind of, while they offer peel, like Maokai can offer good peel as well. It's a different
Rel is
type
still
of-
level 5,
it's like a
so
protection rather than a utility based, whereas
G2 have a
shield just mitigates
ult
damage on
difference for
field,
one.
mitigates damage, and so
They have an extra
this
ult
fight
that
tonight is
GX
gonna
don't
be interesting,
have.
'cause I do think the Giant X
Some brave stuff of Mickey X going up here alone, but he did have Han Sama right around the corner. Is why he was up in here without any wards. He had Han Sama right here. And I say don't do this stuff unless you have a teammate right around the corner. And that was a prime example. There was a teammate right around the corner.
front line.
You also need to pay attention to Ivern makes you use more wards, or like a Farsight ward would be great for GXs in this game just whenever they're engaging Ivern in the Brushmaker. But the vision looked poor for GX later it went on in the game. They've only got one control ward.
Moment, no fighting occurring, only those 2 kills in the bottom lane for G2. The Drake secured.
Wuhan spotted out on a control ward.
I mean, they might as well be seeing
Mickey
Deadpool
X
and
keeping
Wolverine
him
now,
at
just
bay,
seeing what's happening
so he can't
front
come
of
in
their
and steal.
faces.
They also use the
They're gonna
Daisy
push
ult.
here in mid for
Wuhan.
G2 as well, so I wouldn't be
I would
surprised
say
if
he
they
would
try
be
to
the scariest carry out of
They wanna try and
the
establish
team.
themselves on this bottom side, prevent the push
Just
from
my
Jackie's,
first
and
assumption,
deny at least a play
knowing
trying
he's
to
from
towards-
LCK
right
and
side of
watching.
towards Caps.
Perhaps,
Looks like Broken Blade did get a deeper ward this time right here. Still would rather see it at the Crux, just to be critical of him, but hey, he's trying. He's not being as lazy. I think the later it'll go on, boot camping and stuff, they won't be as lazy. They just, you got to tough it out through the regular season. It's so long.
no one really seems to be interested in that
They need to level themselves up.
right now, though.
It's like G2, it gets stale for them every year. They get bored. So this is the play where I talk about Mickey X gets caught out. And see, GX, I think this is their one attempt that they caught somebody out. I forget what slide we're on. Turning point. GX decide to all in flashless. See, we're at 11 minutes and 35 seconds. Braum caught out alone, and GX have no vision. And side brush to see Ivern costing Maokai his flash. Also, GX have one control ward and one vision charge on the support item to counter Brushmaker. So they don't see Yike here. And G2 see Ignore. And I think they see Patrick. Maybe. Yeah, I think it gives vision on. Actually, I think I have that messed up, don't I? No, I got it. I think it gives vision then on Ezreal too, just barely. So this one ward allows G2 to see Ignore and Patrick. They know Jackie's is here. And the problem for GX is they don't see Yike. I don't think they see Han Sama either.
But here comes the play.
Nature's Gasp onto Mickey. He flashes, stand beside
But this
Yike
costs
and escapes.
GX their Maokai ultimate, which they may need later on because that'll allow G2 to make some other type of play around the map.
But now they're just going to roam down onto the bottom side.
And Poppy doesn't have teleport.
different spot. So G2 going to move down now and try and finish off that last remaining turret.
So G2 could make
Potentially
some
tower and give it to Caps.
play down here, dive, and Poppy can't come save. Teleport
Teleport
looks like it'll be down for like another minute and a half, 2 minutes. Patrick can't do anything because he's out of mana. So Hansama's like aggressively shoving that mid lane. This might be where Ashe makes this ridiculous ult.
That's usually why the response to a situation like this is fine, we'll trade if we're going to lose that tower.
Did I miss any slides? Poppy wastes the ult and no TP. What? I get lost in where it's like, what slide number am I on? Sorry, I can't see what the next slide is all I'm saying. Okay, I'm much further down, that's why. Sorry, I'm learning how to do this. And should have a second monitor. Or 3. May have to get like 3 monitors. Rel is level 5, no ult. Maokai is down for any retaliation from GX. Also out of vision wards for GX. So that's 12, 18. Okay. So this is where Poppy just ults for no reason. I don't know why.
They're just kind of watching their towers slowly die.
Giant kind of just got caught where it was like, hey, we want to look at Dragon.
And again, if I miss a slide or something, or I already went over it in the beginning of this. It's mainly for you to look at anyways while I'm doing the actual watching the game through. But it's 10 players on a field, so there's always stuff you can miss. Now I know there's some know-it-alls out there like LS that know everything about everything. Or
I like what G2 is doing.
I will dominate. He's not as bad lately, but there's some that know everything about everything. I don't even know how that's humanly possible.
He's not going to be in the area. They control the space with vision, and then they secure the objective. So
I think I made a slide where it was showing, look how much gold that G2 just got. They got 425 gold from that. G2 claimed the first turret gold, and Zeri had to use her teleport to save the turret. So GX are just getting out macroed. Wuhan acts like he doesn't even like his team at all. Like some of the plays I've seen in like warding your own buff when you need the ward in the bottom, like the enemy's part of the jungle. 23.8k gold to 19.5. GX cannot afford the vision. G2 utilizing the map control. G2 have full item management, so there won't be as many slides now. It starts getting out of control after this point.
Now you would imagine that they turn their attention either towards Herald, which of course not alive yet, but it will be relatively soon, and they can then use that to try and break open the mid tower.
Broken Blade looked like he had a really good game with the lane swap, and he's 117 CS to 86 CS. Ezreal is even, but doesn't even have a full item yet. Again, you want full item and boots at 15 minutes, which Broken Blade has, Ivern has, Smolder has, boots. Ashe has, full item.
G2 are just happy to scale into a strong mid game.
Yeah, and what Giant X did in the early game, getting Patrick
He needs his Man of Mune and Trinity Force to do anything. He's way behind. Poppy. Wuhan's on Leandri's, but it's not going to do anything for him in this game. I think he needs to be... You must think Ezreal's not good at all. He's got to make up for Ezreal's damage. So what did I miss here? That's 14 minutes. If you're an AD player, you cry a win lane to lose games because you're not rotating to mid lane after first turret is down. Once the first turret is down, you swap the mid laner a side lane, allowing your jungle and support to babysit. This fight looks started from GX, but this fight is initiated from Hansama, hitting Rel with Enchanted Crystal Arrow, forcing Poppy teleport to bottom lane. GX ward behind the Dragon Pit spots Ivern and Braum pathing. So I guess I missed the ultimate. So saying it was like actually hard to see this ultimate that Ashe hit.
Matching Hansama in the mid lane. They both just clear the wave and then nothing happens, right?
So like right here you see like the observers didn't even see this.
Had the benefit of the early game. The arrow there hitting onto Ignar. TP in as Giant X are looking to dive at Cassante. Now, he does have the Crossfire Gauntlet.
So it's like, I guess G2 initiated that fight.
Ignar has to jump away. Yeah, okay, Giant X, this was bloody awful. This was diabolical. Giant X went for the dive, and all they're gonna do is die. Cass has so much free time in the top lane. The lightning crash coming out. Magnet Sword from Ignar as well. But Broken Blade has already found 2 out of the fight.
And I may start fast forwarding a little bit. This is the turning point of the game.
Eats up their rewards. Ignar trying to get away, but Hansama's here on the chase. Ignar has a flash, but I don't think he escapes.
GX ward behind the Dragon Pit spots out Ivern. Ivern and Braum spotted on the GX vision wards. Go look at the slides.
But they just didn't have a wave to play off, and they thought that by using the TP they could stall.
Guess I could like
pop
this out.
Dive, but also you're trying to dive a Cassante who still had absolutely everything up.
Just explain this more in depth. Also, at the same time, Smolder got Smolder caps obtains 300 gold from the turret, more gold than GX will win in this trade. GX didn't win anything in their trade, so you know, Caps got a turret up top, and then I didn't really pay attention to how many kills or takedowns that G2 got down here, but G2's winning on all sides. Mid lane, the top lane. So there's one takedown. Plus they got the turret going down in the top lane. Ashe room's down here. I don't even think Ashe needs to come down there.
You can criticize G2 for their early game performances for sure, but Giant X are pretty much.
So now the Void Grub, or the Void Grub Rift Herald is up. We've got 8k gold lead. 6k gold lead, my bad. 6k, 7. The turret.
The gold is 7,000. And I mean, you look at the bottom of your screen, even
7,000, whatever.
1.4k gold lead over Ignar.
I'm sure Caps wishes he had a couple of those kills that Mickey has picked up throughout the course
So
of the
vision
game.
behind the pit for G2.
It is not something you see all the time, but it is quite aggressive. And I think in this sort of game state, it makes sense to be quite aggressive.
So I'm not trying to do a game like most people would do and be like, well, GX was really bad and G2's really good and better, so that's the game and the analysis. Anybody can do that. Trying to see what both sides did wrong and did right. GX did some things right in the beginning. They just made a really stupid play where they should have taken Dragon and tried to kill Caps and all in him, and it snowballed. And making greedy plays that backfire. So looking at the slides again, see 15 minutes. G2 don't get GX bottom side jungle resources, but obtain 2 deep wards to scout information. Yeah, so I thought like G2 would get this farm, but again, it takes 45 seconds for the passive, so Wuhan's farm heavy jungler, right? G2 add to their 7k gold lead. This game's out hand. Ezreal scouts with his ultimate. So 16 minutes? No. I remember like seeing Ezreal shoot a arcane barrage through there, I guess, to look in the jungle. GX attempt dragon. They can't afford wards, so they had to use the Ezreal ult to scout. GX attempt dragon without dragon pit prep around and behind. So this must be right now. And this is definitely the turning point. But when the other team has like 8k gold more than you, like you definitely need to scout out this area, get back here, clear any wards out, be putting like a vision ward here and a control ward here, or at least have a control ward there. So when G2 try to put wards down in the pit, you can clear them out. So this is like a mercy play, miracle play that there's the control ward. And then we actually get a teleport flank play from Broken Blade. Like another thing, GX didn't even try to sweep this out or any of this area. They just went for broke right here. And I've been kind of critical of Broken Blade and the lazy teleport flank plays, but he did make one right here. And I know I have slide about it. I'm trying to decide in my head if you want to even see the slides or just give them to you. And then here's one about all the vision. How GX can see Smolder and Braum right here, but they can't see Ivern and they can't see Ash. And then Broken Blade's going to teleport down here, and GX didn't even try to sweep this out, so he's going to come back behind him. They did have a ward here. GX, that is. So again, some of this is I'm like learning how to do this for myself to see how I want to produce this show. So I don't know how much slides or how to show them with you. And I just decided I may not even do as many slides from now on, or at least in the beginning, but I've been wanting to show why the vision and how. It takes a lot of time to make all of this. This took a lot of time just to set this map up. Probably took like 15 minutes, which is a lot of time to you kids out there that don't even watch the VOD all the way through, but have all kinds of time to waste in solo queue mouthing each other. So then the next play is Zeri gets caught out, overextended without vision, and gets punished. Bad ward placement. I don't know why, like, it won't let me escape out.
TP behind. Daisy coming out as well as G2 want to take the fight. Keeper's verdict hits onto Yike, forces him away. Mickey puts down the Unbreakable. Redemption coming out as well as Broken Blade dives onto
So GX do get the dragon, but like Wuhan looks like he could care less about his team. Gets the dragon, survives. He's playing for KDA, hoping he can get on a Korean team next year. I doubt he's happy with the GX team he's on.
G2 wanted to try and contest with a flanking TP. It's kind of comical how low the overall damage is this point in the game.
I don't even see him working with Rel very much.
You can see how with these front lines being as strong as they are this early on, it's very slow to kill anyone, but a nice
Comes
knockout
Wuhan.
of
I think
Yike meant
he
that
warded
Giants could
that.
secure the objective. But look how much they're conceding. The bot wave is being
Looked
pushed
like a
in,
vision
pushed
ward
as
was in
well.
that
GT
brush.
now making their way towards the enemy camps, and Yike's going to steal that one away. Hans also going to be able to get
So
himself
Yike
the
uses
red
his
buff.
smite on
There's
that.
been
That
so
probably
many
made
injuries, so in
Wuhan
terms of
really
map control,
angry.
G2 definitely still the ones in control.
Yeah, and look, you can see the TP ward for Broken Blade to come in. Giant X just trying to steal this away as quickly as possible. But I think when you look towards the top half of this fight, Jackie's, the position that he had here was actually really strong because it forces Hans Sama to try and play up towards his top side with Patrick. So it's only
Maokai really need to be in there trying to get to Hansama and locking him down and caps.
And it will end up being the Poppy that ends up dropping. But
And back off the dragon to try to win that fight. But like, at least he got the dragon, but there's no way they were going to win that team fight just on the items that Smolder's on. His 2 items and Spear of Shojin. It's pretty good behind on you want the 250 stacks or 225 stacks.
G2 starting to collapse. He's got 1 ward behind him, and I don't think Jackie's knows. As you can see, the Antonio
Ivern's on his 2 items. I showed the slide about this. Jackie gets caught out. And then Poppy wastes his teleport and comes in here and just teleports right into 4 G2 players. But he put his ward there, needed to have it on down much deeper on the G2 side of the map.
It's happened multiple times in summer splits, an issue that we were hoping coming in the
And
season
like I
finals,
talk
it would
about,
rectify, but
the way I look
when
at
he
the
finds
map
himself at
is
a deficit, he
by
tries
the
his best to get
turrets
those
that
resources to funnel that farm back into himself, but he
G2
leaves himself
own this much of
exposed,
the map
and G2's a
already.
team that will not
So,
allow that to go unpunished. They find themselves a
and
kill, they
GX
punish the
own
TP from the Antonio, they get another tower,
this
they're
much
gonna
of the
try
map.
and
So you
convert it
can't
into
even step
another
out
one.
of your base and go
And I
into
mean, this
your
game
own
was
jungle
already out
now.
of control, but it's going from bad to worse as G2 extends
G2
to
get a bunch of
10K
gold there,
lead 20
split
minutes in.
238
And
gold.
the Baron's only just bloody spawned. At this stage,
So
you're
it's a
gonna be
10K
stuck in
gold
bases,
lead.
Giant X. You've no hope of trying to contest this. G2 just gotta get to do whatever the hell they want.
Dyke even gets the blue
You
buff from
need
Wuhan.
some sort of
Wuhan.
miracle here from Giant X to
Looking at the slides,
something to slow down the pace of this game, but how far ahead
G2 collect more gold with the Rift Herald. This is how you want to use, so you get the gold from the turrets. Use the Rift Herald here to take down the turret. 2 items and boots is your goal at 20 minutes, so your team can quickly take Baron. So G2's pretty much there, and then the game ends. So we're almost there. So I'll probably even fast forward.
Still very powerful, still something you're aiming for on the Smolder, but he has 2 items, he's got that 2k gold lead, and Giant X
I think at this point G2's just clearing all this out, so they're prepping for Baron, because they're definitely at the point where they can take Baron, and it's getting to the point where GX have to win this game, or it's going to be over, because Smolder with the execute. Might even be why G2 aren't going for Dragon in this game. I don't know, because of the Smolder and you get to execute automatically on your carry. That might be some of the reasoning of Smolder that I need to pay more attention to. That, like, once you have Smolder, you don't need the execute on the Dragon Soul as much. Maybe that makes up for it a little bit. That you don't have to worry about Dragon so much. But they also didn't get the Void Grubs. You can't. You gotta take one or the other. So at this point, you use the Baron buff, push out the waves. The buff gives you the cannon minion buff and the buff, the HP on all the minions, allowing to tank a lot more damage on the turrets.
The dragon is available for the taking.
For a little sake.
And I mean, we look at the team fight, and they
Smolder just got 700 gold. G2 just got the dragon. You know, this game's pretty much over. I don't think there's much that GX can do to come back. 50k gold, 35k gold. You do the math for me. I don't want to bust out my calculator or my sheet of paper. I have more of an artistic mind. I'm better with words in my mind and pictures than numbers for some reason. So now 50.2k gold to 36.1k.
Knocks back 2, they'll go for Yike. The Magnet Storm engaged into Nature's Grasp, and Yike will fall first. TP behind by Broken Blade, but the rest of G2 are a mile away. Can Broken Blade survive for a year? Yes, he can. Of course he can. He's Cassante.
So G2 lose Yike here.
Survive on the fountain. For all it's worth right now, Giant X go 1-for-1 in the trade in the end. G2 can still push forward. Hunsummer no flash. Patrick trying to put the damage down across the side, but can't.
So again, this is a prime example why you want the Baron buff. It allows you to break into the base because you get all that extra HP on the waves to tank all the damage. And a lot of low solo queue players I see like literally go fight into the enemy waves, and you don't want to do that because all the enemy waves do more damage to you than the enemy champions do.
Only 2 Nexus towers stand in their way, Jackie's and Ignat. It would be a Herculean performance to pull this one off, but so far you'd be more like Sisyphus, constantly trying to make the plays, but that boulder keeps rolling back down in your face.
So now I really don't think GX can come back. Hansama went 8-0 in a bad matchup.
26 minutes on the clock, 17
Smolder got his 270 stacks.
Maybe angry today.
That was a demolition.
So that's it for game number 1. I don't know how I'm going to do game 2 and 3. I don't know if I'm going to do as many slides. So again, please follow my twitch.tv/Sodaron. Follow me on Twitter, x.com @MSMILLS22, and subscribe to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/@Sodaron. Greetings and salutations, League of Legends fans and LOL esports fans. Here I am again, Sodaron, the wizard of LOL esports, ex-analyst coach of GAM esports in 2022 during the summer split and Worlds. Here to bring you another game for the next level with Sodaron. And I say that because I've broken these apart from how I normally do it, where I would do a whole series at one time. Now I'm trying a different route. It's taken me more time. A lot of it is just I'm upgrading the way I do this show, and I'm producing more slides. It's taken me more time, so I apologize this week that I have not got content out. I know most of you, that's what you care about, what you want. Content. You're like vampires wanting blood. You just can't wait to get more things to watch. And Riot Games, League of Legends, they give us plenty of games to watch. So, in between working on these slides, I've watched the DK series against Fox and saw NASA's mid. I watched Faker play earlier this morning on T1, and they beat KT. I just finished watching WBG, which is my favorite LPL team. I don't pick favorites, but if I had to pick a favorite, because I'm a big fan of Tarzan, I'm a really big fan of Light. He's a very underrated AD carry. Crisp, very underrated. Zhaohu, almost 1,000 games played in the LPL and won MSI titles, and nobody had any faith in him. I think he's a great... we saw Tarzan with... Well, I think Tarzan works well with Zhaohu. He seems to work better with like LPL teams and LPL players for his style than the LCK, because he's a very good jungler. He has very good mechanics, but tends to be more like a macro player as well, and kind of farm heavy and strategic type player. And so, and LPL has probably more fighting and more aggressive plays, so maybe it works out better for him than what the LCK teams do. A lot of people think he's washed up, but if I had to pick a favorite, he's my favorite jungler. Again, I don't pick favorites. Why would I do that? So here we are. Again, I have a lot of slides for you this time. It's not particularly an exciting game, and a lot of you probably thought this was a boring series, but that's not exactly what we're going for here on the next level with Sodaron, because I'm trying to get you, the player, to the next level. Are you ready? For I'm ready to guide you and help get you there. So I guess that's the end of my shtick. If you watched, I did a little stream update earlier. Also, I've been battling some physical ailments. I have a circulation problem in my legs, and you can get wounds, or they call them ulcers and sores. And I had one, and really, it's really where I've been doing all these VODs through the month of, let me see here, July. Ever since World Cup, I've not stopped. And I've got 82 videos here to check out. There's plenty of content at my channel. Wow, this VOD here keeps getting a good bit. This is a really good VOD where you may laugh at it or discredit me or say it's dumb, Sodaron, but if you really watch it in the full entirety, it'll explain and make sense to you because I show you the practice tool, which I know a lot of you are like, Sodaron, that's like homework. I don't want to do homework. Or it's like, you want to lose weight or gain muscle, but you want it now, right? You want to find a secret video out there that, like, maybe I should title it even better, like how to carry hard with Jungle Nidalee or how to win every game with Jungle Nidalee. But I titled it How to Master Jungle Nidalee, my Sodaron League of Legends solo queue clinic series, which maybe I should make a better name for it. Or maybe that's what this show should have been. The next level was Sodaron, but I wanted to have a cool name for a show, and I wanted a show. Originally, this show, how many times can I say show? Originally, this show that I'm trying to produce was supposed to be like at the end of the week. It's not a ripoff of Bangers Only. I think that name's kind of dumb. It was where I would pick my favorite matches and show highlights and things like that. And maybe someday I can produce that type of show. So a lot of this is me learning how to produce this stuff, me learning how to get camera work, how to talk on a microphone. Since I was young, I've wanted to be on the radio and even had like a karaoke machine. And I was really young, like 5 or 6, and I would tape songs on the radio. And then, you know, you had a double deck on the karaoke machine so you could record songs and then or maybe I just recorded them off the radio. Like I recorded songs off the radio and then played it because it had a double deck. And then I would record my own songs where I would sit there and be the announcer and be like, hello, everybody. This is Sodaron at the 4:69 a.m. channel. It's currently 11:45 and it's 66 degrees outside. Hope you have a nice drive. Let's kick it away with Taxman by the Beatles. You know, I wanted to do that type of stuff, which maybe I do have some type of radio voice if I wanted to. I could broadcast or, you know, I would kind of like to be a League of Legends caster, but geez, they tell me when I ask around that I need to have like 5 years of experience doing Challenger, and by that time, this game will be dead. I mean, I've been watching it for 13 years. So, you know. But anyways, let's go ahead. Oh, so I've got stuff for you to check out here. I mean, I've got 82 videos, which is quite a lot for only 22 subscribers. And you go and look, and that one's 2 hours long, and that's 8 hours long. So don't sit and judge me if you're a new viewer and be like, well, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, because how could somebody sit here and talk for 8 hours about a series? Or how can somebody sit here and talk about a series for 3 hours? Or how can somebody sit here and talk about a series for 3 hours and 50 minutes or 3 hours and 17 minutes? I mean, you do that 80 times. Let me just get the little calculator here and say that I do, geez, what's 60 times 3? So 180 minutes, and I multiply that by 80, so I have 14,000 minutes and 14,400 minutes just roughly on camera talking about League of Legends in my VODs. I would think that maybe that's pretty decent experience, right? You know, how can somebody sit and talk about something that long? And some of them, like this one, has some AFKs, but I was live streaming that, so I gotta take a break. But I had plenty of content back here is where I was learning. It says a year ago. It felt like it was 2 years ago when I first started this stuff. Yeah, there we go. 2 years ago. Jeez.
Controlling one is
Young Sodaron learning how to do this. Look at all this work I did. Look at this Johnny Depp type of look I had. Look at that awesome mustache and goatee.
Okay, on a map.
Who was that guy? Look at all these war medals back here from my family. you know, but I don't
You don't want to start
have anything, or I don't know
I'm
anything.
willing to give a split. Maybe
And I had my own
band
band draft system, and that's what I'm trying to do here,
for the apprentice.
and take crazy notes. And I would
Think I've seen her tell
even
which that's a
I've talked about this before, and you can go back in these VODs, but I made you these little cards like this
climb to challenge.
that you could print out on an index card, and it has like, hey, what's the cooldown timer of Flash? Well, most of you watching don't even know it's 5 minutes, because see, it's in 300 seconds when you look it up on the websites, or when you look at it in game, and then a lot of you don't know the math in your head. Well, how many minutes is 300 seconds? Well, it's 5 minutes.
The higher up
And I mean, you can get this card right here and print it out, and you can have it on your desk like I do. And then when somebody on your team burns Flash, or when an enemy burns Flash, well, geez, you can just look at this card and know, and type in chat, well,
let's get going.
whatever time it is, say it's 10 or 5 minutes in the game, you can type 10 minutes mid laner Flash, and then you guys know that in that 5 minutes time when he's overextended in lane, bam, you can gank the mid laner and get an easy takedown, or killed, some of you say. I don't like to say that because it's negative, so I say takedown. And I was doing this 2 years ago, but I don't know what I'm talking about. Some of you said this was useless information and data, but that's how you make plays. And then you go back and, I think it was in this one here in the beginning where I showed you that this coach, well, I showed you that I started playing this game, StarCraft, which many of you think's way too hard to play and too complicated. I showed you how Nofei, one of the most famous coaches in League of Legends, right here starts talking about what I'm going to talk about in this video, that you make your plays around vision control. The summoner spell timers is showing you what I'm trying to show. And that's what I'm going to show you in this VOD. Where's the quote? He says a direct quote. You make plays around vision. He's not safe at all. Now, in this situation, he's got Vi, and he's got Renata Glass. It's in there somewhere. Oh, well, I'm not going to. You can go back and watch it. So, maybe in this series, I'm digging a little bit. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to test some new things out. It's always a learning experience. So, I don't even know how to really do this today, but welcome to the next level with Sodaron. I am Sodaron. I have got coaching experience with GAM, a VCS team that's dominated the VCS every season, and that's just the way it is. But I do have experience working with them. I did vision control stuff, kind of like I show you in these slides here. Let me look here. Since I'm a liar and everything, I'm sure. Let me just look through my stash of stuff. We're brought to you by a local business guy that's in my band. Let me click that out here real quick. I'm just digging through my stash of stuff. So if you're in my area, check that place out. I'm vegetarian. I can't eat the tacos there, but one of my best friends, that's his business, started in a taco truck and now is in a restaurant. So someday it'll probably be a fast food chain. I even told him, like, it's all about having a good logo and branding yourself, because I learned that with this League of Legends thing. I'm trying to find this mini map that I had from working with GAM, and I know I saved it somewhere in here, but they wanted me to work off this mini map, and I know it's in my drive somewhere. I just gotta find it. May not be able to find it. I don't think I deleted it. I just have a lot of stuff in here. And Yeah, I guess I can't find it. Maybe I saved it somewhere else. It's a map that they used over in the VCS. Maybe it's under my templates. No, well, I'll have to dig through it and find it. Would like to share it. It just has, it's like the map I'm going to show today, but oh well. This map here is better, but it just had a weird the way it was like. Yeah, that's the right window. You could kind of see around the turrets better. But anyways, welcome to the next level with Sodaron. I am the aforementioned Sodaron, the Wizard of LOL Esports, here to bring you the 2024 LEC Season Finals Lower Round 1 G2 versus GX. And yes, we're a week behind, but I told you about my physical problems. I found out that I got infection in my leg. It has the starting of MRSA, which is not good at all, but I am on heavy antibiotics now, so like I did a little stream update yesterday talking about it, so go to my twitch.tv/Sodaron right here. Follow me please at x.com/SodaronOfficial. Easy for you to find. Finally got that changed over. If you watched the last VOD, it was something a little bit different, but I couldn't get X to change it over, and it finally did. Can't take Sodaron for some reason. It says the username doesn't exist, but it won't allow me to have the name. So then I need you to follow me at twitch.tv/Sodaron. I just need a few more followers and I can apply for the Twitch affiliate program, which will definitely help this channel, my two channels that I run, my YouTube and my Twitch. I have a PayPal on there. I'm not really asking you for donations or anything, but if you would like to see this channel grow, can help me. Like I could probably pay for YouTube Premium and have no ads, or I could probably. I'd like to be able to have an official Twitter or X that's subscribed to that has a check mark. It would help grow. I would do good things with money. I would put it back into the channel. I need a second monitor for my computer. I need a new rig. I'm running one from 2019, 2020. I run a 1650 GTX, which is not it's pretty cheap card nowadays. I've been looking at PCs with a 4090 or a 4080. Thinking about maybe the end of the year upgrading, and later when I get into this, you'll see it takes me a long time to do these VODs because I'm running on one monitor, and if I had two or I had an extra one, it would help me where first off, you would never have to see this screen here, and I don't like showing this screen. I mean, it helps me see the volume here of how loud I'm talking, but it would allow me to drag it over the second monitor, or you wouldn't have to see this, because sometimes Windows likes to. I've talked for like 3 hours and then realized this was turned clear down, so you wouldn't see these things. I would have them dragged over to a second monitor. But when I'm making these slides, I have to, especially when I do this and I'm copying what this layout is on the Rift kit, is very time consuming, because for me, like I have to go to Paint even and look at the mini map and be like, okay, well, where are these wards? And then I can't, since I don't have a second monitor or third monitor. A lot of you out there are spoiled and probably haven't even ran a computer on one monitor, but it won't allow you to, like, I have to tab back over and forth and constantly be minimizing and maximizing screens. So then, like, I have to put it on Paint and blow it up. And then on the Rift kit, it still minimizes it. And so it's pretty difficult, where if I had it on a second monitor, I could just plain out see it, but I don't have that ability. I'm not spoiled like some of the viewers out there, I'm sure. Not saying you're spoiled. So, anyways, there is a PayPal out there too. It's like paypal.me/Sodaron. It's all Sodaron now, except Sodaron Official. There's a Facebook page I just made, Sodaron. So I just need a few more followers. I think I must have turned a couple off because I lost a couple over the last day or two. So who knows? I must do a really bad job. So took me a while to prepare this. Again, this is a breakdown. It's not a review. Trying to teach you vision control. And I probably didn't. I'm just trying to think of where to start it. So anyways, I guess I'll just do I don't know to like go into the game or do a rundown like I did in the last one. But I'll try to do the rundown here. So, and again, I'm like pretty tired at the moment. I should have went to bed, but I'm trying to just get this done so I can move on. I don't know if I'll do game number 2 or game number 3. I mean, I'm wanting to do game number 3 and get it finished. For some reason, I thought G2 played today, but there's a G2. There's all these games I could do, but then I also will have a break, right? So I mainly do LCK, but I'm trying, like most of my views are if I do G2 games and LEC stuff. So it's good for me to do the LEC, but like I wouldn't mind doing the T1. Gen G, there'll be the Gen G finals. So, but I also probably need some time off where I'm on antibiotics for 10 days and I got to heal up. But I was just saying, what I was trying to say was I put out so many videos. I think that might be some of why my health went down. I lost weight because I wasn't eating correctly. I was doing 8-hour-long VODs all the time, which is, when you're young, that doesn't seem like much, but when you're my age, like 38 years old, well, it starts to take a toll on your body. But anyways, enough about the life of Sodaron. Let's get into the life of G2 and GX. So, looking at the draft, we get Broken Blades Yone into Ornn, which I looked at the stats, and I had a master tier EU player kind of reprimand me, I guess, for... but I also think that he may be one, like the majority of people out there, that you watch my stuff for 2 minutes and you think you know everything about how I operate and run, where you start digging through my hours and hours of content, you'll see that I know what I'm talking about, or at least somewhat know what I'm talking about, and I don't claim to know everything. Again, my thing, and when I worked with GAM, was I'm good with jungle and support stuff and vision wards, and I go and talk about it over and over in all my content. But I started with the game Warcraft 3, or I started with the game Warcraft 2, which a lot of you probably don't know what Warcraft 2 is. And then after that, and I was in it for, let's see, 99, 2000, 2001. I think it was 2002 that Warcraft 2 came out, or the beta, or maybe it was the end of 2001. Because I remember being a junior and I graduated in 2004, so like 2003 anyways, had Warcraft 3 since the beta, played EverQuest for 20 years or more, also raiding with like groups of 75 people, learning to work with each other. So working with 4 people is pretty easy compared to 75. But there's this guy named Grubby, and I've seen him come in and play League of Legends, and he lasted about a month and got tired of it because the way people are, or they don't take it serious.
Tell your story. With
But if you notice, it's a Fog of War game, and it
Man, I
looks
wish I had
like
750
League of
donuts
Legends.
like this sign says.
And sorry about these ads. I'm not rich and I can't afford premium.
I should probably focus.
You notice how Fog of War map, he's got one unit he's going to send out here. And you see how you can't see anything except for where the units are. This is called scouting, and this is what I learned in Warcraft 2, the game before this one. This game became a little bit more complex because it added an RPG element to it where you can level. It introduced heroes, which they had in Warcraft 2 during the campaign, but you didn't get to play it like in the normal ladder and strategy. And my friend and I really didn't like the heroes from the beginning, but eventually, that's what turned into like League of Legends, that you're playing a champion. So imagine that I played a game like this where you see right now he's got one champion out, but later in the game he's controlling 2 champions, and you can control a max of 3. And you see all the units he's controlling, right? Well, think about how easy League of Legends would be then if you're just controlling one. If you came from a game like this where you're controlling 50 units. League of Legends is pretty easy to me. It does take time to learn what the champions do and how they play and the last hit in lane. But compared to like this game, I came from that world. And so League of Legends is basically a Dota clone, and I never liked Dota back in the day. I thought it was too easy. It wasn't fun. It caught on when you got like League of Legends and you got matchmaking system, because back then you had to go into a custom map and wait till you got 10 players, which may take a while. Where this, you got a draft and you got a matchmaking system. And so eventually it became fun, and it killed off Warcraft 3. And then what also killed off Warcraft 3 was World of Warcraft, which actually ripped off EverQuest that I was also playing at the time. So World of Warcraft I'm not a big fan of because it killed 2 of my favorite games. But anyways, going into this game number 2, again, it was kind of like a boring game to most people, so I tried to work on vision control in this one. So you've got Yone being drafted for Broken Blade, which the stats say... Oh, I had the EU guy tell me that my lane matchup stats were wrong, or not to go by that, but I go by the Korean ladder. Now on this matchup page, I also made a second page that goes by the global. But after talking to him, you see, I didn't flame him. At first, I was kind of like, oh, what does he mean? And took it the wrong way, but I didn't make an instant comment back like a lot of people do. And then you start arguing and you get mad. I waited a while, and I thanked him for his time and watching it, and appreciate his feedback. And then we kind of had a second decent comment, and maybe sees where I come from. And like I said, you watch 2 minutes of it, you can't assume that you know everything about what I'm trying to do, because this show's like always growing. I'm trying to get better at this. I get tired, I get bored doing the same stale thing. So Yone supposedly is bad into Ornn. Ornn is supposed to counter Yone or be a bad matchup for him. Corki is supposed to be good into Ezreal. I'm trying to remember this and not cheat to look at what the stats page say. Maokai and Brand, I can't find many stats, but it looks like it keeps saying that it's a 50% win rate, so it's more of a skill matchup. But I would think that Brand would counter Maokai like in a straight up fight. Like you could probably kite Maokai around as Brand, but who knows? I guess I need to get in and play the game to find out. You got Ashe and a Misfortune. I think that Ashe counters Misfortune, so it's a good lane matchup for Hansama into Misfortune. So it's kind of like G2 outdrafted Giant X. Poppy is a counter to Rel. You've got Wuhan, that is a Korean jungler that's from the LCK that was on a Worlds team. That's probably a really, maybe the best mechanical, maybe the best jungler in LEC. I'll even make a bold statement. So you've got a good series where Yike looks like maybe he was getting a little frustrated, maybe getting out jungled a little bit. So it was like a learning experience for him, where we've got Yike kind of leveling up against a LCK jungler, which is good for him. He will need this for Worlds. So he's going to play against the top junglers in the world, like probably Lucid and Owner and Peanut and Canyon and Tien and Tarzan. And who else will be there? Who will be the, I guess, Zika. Or not Zika, Wei Wei. Oh, you got Wei. You got Wei and Wei Wei. So this tells me they're worried about Wuhan because they've got 4 jungle bans in this game. I would like to see Yike play Nidalee. So they had to ban the Nidalee and the Vi against Wuhan. They had to ban the Lilia and the Zyra. So they have to take Maokai, which is fine because it looks like Maokai's... I just watched Tarzan play like 2 or 3 games of Maokai into top esports. Giants is worried about the Ivern. I don't know what's so scary about the Ivern, but I will say that I watched Lucid play yesterday, and I've said that the weakness of Ivern is you can't even take the objectives till you're level 6 with Daisy. I saw him take the Void Grub solo at level 5 to get level 6. Now, his lanes were super aggressive and winning super hard, so the enemy team couldn't even begin to stop him from trying to take the Void Grubs. But Ivern went in at level 5 and took the Void Grubs. I was going to say maybe I should try to find this real quick. Just to back this up. And the reason why is I've been pretty vocal about this. So why can't I find the DK series? DK versus Fox. I think it was match 1. Oh, okay. Again, sorry for the ads. I got an ad blocker. I don't know how to get it to block the ads.
That is a kill, easily fed over to aiming already.
Is this the game?
Dragon is very exciting.
Okay, so
Yes.
I am wrong about... Now, he just had a field day running around on
Especially once
Fox.
he hits the Trinity and win that fight for D+. I think tunneling a little bit on the ult angle.
So trying to find level 5
we gotta
Lucid.
really zoom in on it.
He just straight up went to the Void
The
Grubs.
root's gonna come down, and Duro and I hate to say it, Valus, but it's
Okay,
almost like
he's
this
level
game is
5.
at 6 minutes. I mean, and small.
So you can do
fine,
this.
but we're gonna come up with that pressure on. I say it. Yeah. Be Grubs, and I mean, there is
Look,
not one
he's
single
solo
Varus
doing
that's not
this.
completely on fire for BNK right now. Absolutely.
I didn't think you could do this without Daisy.
You know, he tries to take a desperate dragon because, well, there's nothing else. Right. This is the comms. They have vision. No flash. Like I said, I'm going, play it slow.
I like seeing Nasus mid. I'm glad to see Nasus in competitive play.
Pretty simple there. Down here, just a really nice gank here from Lucid. Set the crash down into the root.
So he just had a field day.
Caught with their pants down a little bit here is so.
And there you go. He got level. He didn't get level 6. There, he got level 6. He did the Void Grubs at level 5 by himself. And he's running Glacial Augment with where you get some type of spells, or I don't even know what mastery that is. It's like the one that replaced. I can't even remember the name of it now. Thought it was First Strike, but it was the one like seasons ago that you take on Ezreal and it would give you gold, and then you could get potions and wards out of it, and it was really OP. Can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but it was a really cool mastery. Naguri took it all the time and would just farm gold. He didn't even really care about items. He was just farming more and more extra gold. So that's probably enough about the draft. Giants X took away Braum, which I've been seeing. If you don't get Rel or Leona, you take Braum lately, and sometimes you take Alistair. You might take like a Seraphine into what used to be the Ornn Senna, but I think that's in the past. So they take away Azir and Aatrox and Kennen from Broken Blade, and worried about Yikes Ivern and Braum from Mickey X, and Aatrox from Broken Blade, I guess. So lane matchups. So this page I took from the LCK ladder, which I value as the highest League of Legends that's not professional play, and like the top 50 players are probably pros or streamers or make money from League of Legends. So this says that the Yone is a even 50% matchup of the time, which is 7.14 higher against Ornn than the average opponent. Doesn't even make sense. So Yone wins against Ornn 50% of the time, which is 7% higher against Ornn than the average opponent. Does that mean Ornn has a really high win rate or something? So this says that Maokai wins against Brand 100% of the time, and I think it was like 1 or 2 games. It was just a handful of games, and the guy that was yelling at me, yes, I know the stats are skewed, and like my defense is patch 14.15 was a very small patch. We weren't on it very long. We're on 14.6 now. The LCK is already on it. The LPL is still on 1.5. LEC is probably still on 1.5. So then we got the Corki into Ezreal mid lane matchup, where it says that Corki wins against Ezreal 52% of the time. So you have, on the next page, it says that Yone is bad in Ornn. So I would think that Yone would beat Ornn, or it's a skill matchup because it's a mechanical champion compared to more of like a macro type of champion. So then even this says that Yike has a winning matchup, but the next page I think says something different. So this says that Caps has a winning matchup here, or a good matchup, 52%. So what this means is like the jungler shouldn't have to help mid lane at all. Jungler will have to help the top lane get going. The bottom lane looks like it's very strong because Ashe wins it against Misfortune 69% of the time, and Rel 64% of the time, or Poppy into Rel 64% of the time. So it should be a really easy bottom lane matchup. Really, the only worry is getting top going. Other than that, it's like Giant X got outdrafted. So then we go and look at page number 2, where I took the data from patch 1.6 global. I think I messed up and should have went 0.15, or maybe I did 0.15 and took the wrong picture. But this says that Yone wins against Ornn 44% of the time, Maokai wins against Brand 50% of the time. Corky wins against Ezreal 80% of the time. Poppy wins against Rel 58% of the time. And Ash and the Misfortune 53% of the time. Let me take a look. Yone. Is it Yone or Yone? Okay. So even that's what I thought. So really, I thought Yone should be a winning matchup. So it's like Giant X just got outdrafted because Broken Blade just styles on Ornn in this game. So that's from 14.15. I don't even think I need that. Oh, but that's also not the right one I want either. %61 of the time. So the other ones are 14.16, except for the Yone. From global. So getting the EU in there as well. So all the other ones. Make this a little smaller. Oh, that's a little bit too small. Why is that upside down? Why is that backwards? You know what? I'll just do it this way. This again is why I guess I need a second monitor. And it says Yone is S tier right now in the mid lane. All right. So, rundown of game number 2, Broken Blade and losing matchup, but that is wrong. Broken Blade. So I could have made a better rundown, but Ornn is forced to lane swap after getting a 1k gold behind. GX take the first dragon. Again, there's nothing really that exciting in this game. It's just like GX just slowly get out macroed or out laned basically, and then get like 2k gold behind in each lane, and then G2 like just close it out in 30 minutes. Now G2 did struggle to close it out a little bit. Like I'd like to see them close this game out faster, like at 20 minutes, 25 minutes. G2 take the first Void Grubs, which I think helps accelerate I think it helps the AD champions more than it helps AP champions, because the Void Grubs help you push the turrets down, and so if you have attack damage, it helps take the turrets down much quicker, where a mage may not even really be able to get in close to take full advantage of the Void Grubs like you could with a ranged AD. So at 20 minutes, G2 have a 6k gold lead. Yone is ahead of Ornn by 2.5k gold at 20 minutes and has 2 items. Corky's ahead by 2,000 gold at 20 minutes. Ash is ahead by 1.5k gold at 20 minutes. Great jungle opponent for Yike to gain level up experience. LCK World's roster jungler, and then just GX get out macroed from G2. There's like a... See, I've been watching so many games, I can't completely recall what went on in this game. I just make the slides. I think there's like an early dragon fight, or there's something that maybe like G2 mess up on. And so I started playing more with vision in this game, trying to show the area of sight, which some of you may think these slides are stupid, but this will help you in solo queue. Like, not so much this slide here, but you want to try to get information on your enemy jungler. And so Wuhan right here, I guess, is worried about getting invaded and losing his red buff. So he's afraid that G2 is going to come in here. So he puts his ward here. And that's the only ward I think I saw early. So then at 52 seconds, Maokai wards the jungle entrance. Like the lower jungle entrance of the top side. Again, probably worried about Wuhan coming over and invading him and maybe trying to take the blue buff while he's doing it, or really just to prevent that. And like I talked about scouting 10 minutes ago when I was showing Warcraft 3, that's what I learned from the best Warcraft 2 player. And in Warcraft 3, you have to scout out your enemy. You want to be ahead of them, right? Like, you don't want to play from behind. So you want to see your enemy before they see you, basically. Stay ahead of them. And I started playing with, I don't know exactly what I'm showing here. Oh, okay, that's what I thought. So I'm trying to learn this map and get better at Rift Kit. So that's kind of what this game and these slides are about. You see, I started to realize, I think, that trying to figure out, well, what is the area of vision on a champion? And I think it's just this circle you see on the mini maps, your whole area of vision. So the vision wards give, unless it's like the same amount as this radius as the vision wards. But I'm thinking it's more the amount of area you get is this circle right here. So I could be wrong. Like, this is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I guess do you have vision on Ezreal at this point? With no, see, like, I haven't lane or played in a lane for so long. I guess I need to go play some solo queue games and just stand around without, because you have minion. You guys may think I'm stupid saying this, but like, you know, does Poppy have vision on Rail right here? I think so, because I think the area of vision is this circle right here and not this circle. But that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. But, and again, a lot of you may think this is stupid, but trying to learn how far this radius is for these wards and how far the radius is, the area you get around your champion. Because most of the time you have lanes, or you have minions in the lane, so it's giving you vision on your enemy. So what I'm saying is like, you know, obviously you can't see Ornn here if you're Yone, but if you're Corki here, can you see Ezreal right here? I think so, because you're in the middle section right here. So it has to be, I'm guessing that's the area. It's that big. So it's bigger than the circle of the portrait. Which again may sound really stupid to some of you. That's okay. I'm trying to figure something out. So Maokai starts the blue side, Ancient Golem. Brand starts the red side, Raptors. This got me thinking here. This got me thinking. See if I can get out of this for a second. Okay. I just want to mess with this for a minute. Let's do Corki into Ezreal. I don't have Corki. Oh, they won't even let you have Corki bot. Well, do I have? I think I have Lucian on this account. So let's do Ezreal. And do I have Tristana? Yeah, I have Tristana too. Yeah, I got Lucian as well. Let's just look at this area of vision for a minute. Oh, mouse. I messed with it when I did my stream update and have something saved. Looking at this too. Now my keyboard is off to the left a little bit because my microphone's right here in the middle, but it really hurt me on this. I also haven't played Lucian in a while, but I played a lot of them. Top lane, mid lane, jungle.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
If I believed in something, I'd start praying to it right.
I'd like to see the bot. Okay. Yeah, see, okay. But what is the exact area of vision where I can't see him? Is what I'm trying to figure out. So it's further, it's like, it must be the radius. It's like this far. It's like this bridges this gap right here. That's what I thought. It's not the portrait.
Sorry, I got it. I try to remember her the way she
Where
was.
did Ezreal go?
Maybe it's best I don't.
Can you reset the game?
Minions have spawned.
The mist awaits us all. Say goodbye to whatever you care about. I'm just full of salvation. Come get it, friend.
It's like they have to be right on my circle. And what I mean is I'm looking at the mini map of Ezreal. It has to be by my circle when he's in vision. This is what I'm trying to figure out. Come on, punk.
How do you kill what's already dead? With a fistful of gunlight. Light 'em up.
Oh. I know better than that. I got bored.
Demon spawn.
First blood.
I really messed that up. I should have bursted him a lot quicker.
Bullseyes.
And I got baited by the cannon minion when I knew better than that too. You don't want to take it first. What I'm trying to figure out is
I got 2 guns.
when exactly on this mini map do I see Ezreal? Because I'm wondering if it's when he's hugging my portrait. I guess it's like the distance from there to there. So it is like the circle. It's not the portrait, it's the circle that you see on the Rift kit that I was talking about.
It's painful to seeing something good go bad.
Or is it like, yeah, see how it has to be where he's on my icon. I think I'm right that it's the portrait is the area of vision that a champion has. I think I'm right. You guys were going to doubt me at the beginning, but I think I'm right. I figured this out today. But I've never noticed it. What is the exact vision? I think it's the portrait. Because it's like, if you notice on the mini-map,
Call it magic.
he's got to hug my portrait. Or he's not in my vision.
Fights this way. If you're coming along, try not to die.
That's what I'm trying to figure out is it this circle here? Is that my area of vision? Or am I wrong? Is it bigger? I guess it's bigger. It's the circle that...
Everyone I shoot is her captor. Everyone I save is her.
Trying to figure out, is it this that's around me? I guess so. It's like a secret Riot Games doesn't want us to know. But when I went through there, it looks like it's
This ain't
bigger.
war. War's end.
I'm looking at the mini map.
Minions have spawned.
I know it. One of us finds peace. One of us walks away. Don't need triggers. Just need it.
This is a little bit bigger. It must be the area that the vision ward shows on the Rift kit. How did he get his shield? Oh, barrier. Oh, this is something that I've never really tested out or thought about.
Ain't enough bullets in the world for all the killing I'm about to do.
Because there, it's because it's lit up by the turret. But it is a little bit bigger than my portrait on the mini-map. Because when you look at the game, it looks like you don't see the champion until they hug your portrait.
Need to believe that.
Minions have spawned.
See how his portrait's hugging mine? Like, I don't see him until then. It's a little bit before. Okay, it's just like a little bit before. Oh, I lost the tree. Oh, they nerfed Doran's blade. That's why I lost. Wink. So it's a little bit before. That's what they're trying to, like, handshake
Look at 'em all.
in the beginning of the game.
Knowing they're following me to hell.
Minions have spawned.
I don't know. I'm just messing around.
The mist awaits us all.
And I also have my keyboard in a really awkward spot, like over here on my desk, where it should be right here, because my microphone's right here. This is probably a better skill up to take.
You can cleanse anything if you have the right ammunition.
Minions have spawned.
Okay, he's out of my sight.
Nothing between you and me but gunlight. This is
Aced.
I'm not really trying to kill him in the trade. I'm trying to figure this vision thing out. I think it's... You see that circle? So it must... It's not the portrait, it's the circle that shows around the wards. Which I guess you could see, like, if I put here... Like, it's that circle. Okay.
Minions have spawned.
Also, can I hit alt? I used to have, like, it set where I hit alt. And it would show the area of attack. I guess I don't... There, yeah, that must be it. Like the circle when you hit A. Which is, like, a little bit bigger than the portrait. That's what I was trying to figure out. How do I have boots already?
no sunshine where I'm going.
I must have clicked a button. Yeah, I kind of feel like, duh, Sodaron, it must be that circle right there is my area of vision, which is how much a ward gives.
I'll sleep when they're good and dead. Unclean.
I could beat him if I actually tried. I just don't care at the moment. I wanted to make sure that I was on the right scene. So anyways. Into this rundown. Okay. So in conclusion, it's bigger than the portrait. Because sometimes it looks like when you're watching pro matches that they don't see each other till they hug. But it's this area here. Which would be nice if I could get a circle that big. Or like that size. But I don't have that tool. So it's this big. It's when you hit the auto attack button, you hit A, it shows how big your area is. Which I should have known that. but that's what you make your plays on, and you're trying to stay out of. If you're in professional play and if you want to get to the next level, you got to learn that, because you're going to have to learn where wards are and to go around them. Like if you're a jungler, to make routes where people ward and you go around it and you don't get spotted out on a ward. That's what like the highest level they do. So I'm just trying to run down the slides. This is where I don't know, like in the last breakdown I did, to show the slides while I'm in the game, or just to do like a break or a rundown of it, and then because I make it so you can look at the slides while we're watching the game, and then you have a optical representation of my thoughts or how I see the game, instead of me just vocally saying it, because I know younger people out there that you like things to be optic, where I kind of like audio, and I'm from the radio generation, and I just sometimes like to hear like I like podcasts, like Summoning Insight, for example. I enjoy the show, like if I'm out walking or doing daily tasks around my house, like cooking or cleaning. I put that on. I don't need to look at Monty and Thorin and see what they look like. I don't, or whatever guest. Just put it on and listen to it. Uh, Instead of watching TV, or lay in bed and listen to it till I fall asleep, instead of staring at a TV screen that'll keep me up longer. So Maokai position near Corki and Brand near Ezreal allows the two mid laners to play aggressive. So what do I mean by that? I mean, if you're the mid laner, whoops, and not like I was doing in practice tool, because I was really just messing around. I've also been up for quite a while. Like I should have just went to bed, but I was like, no, I should knock this out, because I don't want to. I want to get it out as soon as possible. Maybe I'll just scrap it and then do it again tomorrow. Who knows? But this is just a practice run. It may be real or it may not be. Who knows? It may get uploaded to the internet. It may not. So what I'm trying to say in this slide is Caps can play aggressive because he has his teammate right around the corner. Right? Like if Maokai was down here, then Caps has to play safe, unless he has wards. Now he also has this ward here that'll allow him. It lets him know that if the enemy jungler comes through here, he can play safe on this side. He has to like question, is the jungler ever over here? So you'll probably see him. He'll be on this side, won't be over here on this side. As for Jackie's here, same thing. His jungler's right up here, so he has to play on this side, which also makes it like a dead giveaway to Caps. He's like, oh, I know the jungler's right there. So that's all I'm saying. So like, also, Broken Blade, he can play aggressive right now because Maokai's in this vicinity. It's like a human ward, but like the bottom lane down here, they can't do that, even though they're in a winning matchup, so they can play aggressive too. As long as you have vision and your flash up and things like that. So then Broken Blade places a good deep ward at 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Yeah, I actually see, I've been kind of critical of where Broken Blade's been warding, because he likes to ward like right here or up here, and this is a good deep ward. This is what I want to see out of him. He's doing it. To let him know where he's going to find information on the jungler. Where you're not going to get that if it's right here in the middle of the river. Poppy, G2 bottom lane, ward the bottom lane, try brush, allowing Ashe and Poppy to shove, pressure the lane, crash waves into the enemy turrets. So I've explained this, but if you're new here, you're trying to crash the waves. There's an imaginary line that runs up through the middle of the river right here, and the waves naturally crash each other at this wave, or at this line. And you want to shove it forward by killing the minions faster than what they naturally crash into each other. So then the wave pushes over the line because there's more minions than the enemy wave. So it's out damaging the enemy wave, and it's doing more damage to the next enemy wave and then to the next enemy wave. And then eventually that wave reaches the turret and starts chipping damage down, which you're trying to get the turret down. That's like one of the main goals. Turrets give you a lot of gold. And then eventually, same thing applies too when later on in the game, this turret's down, and these turrets are down. You got to get it over this line so these waves will crash into the enemy base. So that's what you're trying to do. G2 counter with a ward. So since they're under the turret, they have to put their ward right there. Maybe not the best of spot, but lets them know if they're going to get dove. And you've got Maokai, which Maokai and Rel, you're probably or Maokai and Poppy, you're probably gonna get dove by them. Because Poppy's just you're gonna get Maokai W'd and then Poppy slammed into the wall, stunned, and then you're dead. But Patrick at least has the cleanse in this game. So this is the first one. I started getting more in depth with these and realizing I can zoom in and that I can label the wards and everything. So this is where you make your place. So Brand gets spotted on a ward right here. This is what this is showing. This is showing your area of vision because see, you need to know the radius of what that ward is. Like he can't path through there. So, but he can't path through either side of this. He's going to get spotted. He could go around this way and not get spotted. But if you're the jungler, you're trying to path around so you don't get spotted. And then you just come out and gank an enemy in the lane and they don't know that. And they're surprised. And that's your goal. That's why this is the jungle, right? You want to play in the dark. You want to keep them guessing. You want them to be scared and not know when you're going to show up. So Yone Vision Ward at GX red side Krug spots out Brand. Also bottom lane G2 Vision Ward allows Ashe and Poppy to overextend and shove the wave into the enemy turret. So I explained that earlier. Same thing. Same thing. GX bottom lane place ward here to prevent 3-man dive. I don't remember what that one was for. I think it's like saying like he'll get spotted out by the GX ward if he comes through there. So I'm just pointing out these wards. So here at 3 minutes and 42 seconds, Yike gets spotted out. Or actually, no, he wouldn't be spotted out, would he? Because he's in the brush. So I'm actually wrong about that. But when he comes out of that brush, he's going to be spotted. So right here, he's not spotted. So don't take it the wrong way. He's not spotted yet, but when he goes through that, when he comes out of the brush, he'll be spotted. My dog's snoring. So he's not spotted in the brush, but once he comes out of it to dive or gank, he's going to get spotted. I think I wrote that wrong, so I got to fix this slide. I need an editor. Again, this series is kind of almost like a perfect kind of game for G2, so we're kind of digging for content here. But so we're trying to take you to the next level and work on the vision area of radius of the wards, basic fundamentals that I'm sure a lot of you don't even know or realize, never put thought about. Now, I think I did the thing at the beginning of the game, and I should know the area of vision. I haven't played the game in a while, so I forget these things. I watched the pro match, and this is some of the reason why I'm doing it, right? Like, it kind of messes with our head if we play the game, but we're into the pro matches because we're used to seeing red team and blue team's vision lit up on the map. So, at least for me, I watch so much pro stuff that you kind of forget, like, well, what does it look like when you're on red team and you don't see all the blue team stuff lit up? Because you have to remember, like, if you don't see the enemy on the map, or I mean, you don't see the enemy on the map. Like, unless they're around a wave or a turret or a ward or a teammate. But you see it when you watch a pro match because both sides are lit up. So Brand places a ward in the G2 topside jungle area at 3 minutes and 44 seconds, and both junglers claim the Scuttle Crab, GX topside river and G2 bottom river. So both teams have the Scuttle Crab, which, like I say, to me, the way I see it is like this top side of the river belongs to GX right now since they claimed the Scuttle Crab. So you can't really path through the middle of it. If you're G2, you're going to get spotted out. The same thing applies down here in the bottom river. That if you're Wuhan and you go pathing through the middle of the river, you're going to get spotted out. So it basically controls the river. And it seems like teams don't value the dragons. They're valuing the void grubs. Especially when you start playing Smolder every game. You don't need the execute on the Dragon Soul. You have it on Smolder. And the void grubs allow you to push the turrets down faster. And then I just think I think it's better on ADs. I think that's why we see so many AD champions right now. Some of the reasoning, not all the reasoning. Maokai spotted on the GX ward at 3 minutes and 42 seconds, but he's not spotted there, and it's a typo. I'm going to fire my editor and hire a new one tomorrow. Because he's not spotted on that. Look how I've saved this. Maokai recall at 3 minutes and 50 seconds and buys the Faded Ashes and swaps the trinket out for Sweeper Lens. Boy, we're really digging for content, aren't we? But now I'm seeing the top Maokai junglers take the Iron Locket of Solari, so that Leandri's Torment is a thing of the past on Maokai. They're going tank Maokai into LCK and LPL. Maokai spotted on the GX ward at 4 minutes and 17 seconds. Now this is where he is spotted. And that allows GX to make their plays. They now know where Yike is. So Ornn now can play safe and know that he's not going to get ganked. He knows where the jungler is. Ezreal can play safe now. He knows where he doesn't have to worry that, Jesus, Yike going to come out of here at any time and gank me and I'm going to have to burn my flash, etc. So this shows the area of vision because it is possible, I guess, like you could somehow path through here up against this wall that you don't get spotted. And I see like the top junglers play that way, where like they don't just go they don't click through the jungle and like look at something else. Like they walk a thin line around everything, like up and hug the walls and know where the enemy team's gonna put the wards. So you're trying to learn where these wards are. You're trying to learn the area of vision it is so you can walk around it. Skirt the line. You know, like you could possibly, with this ward here, get into a blue buff if you could get over the wall and take it and get back out over the wall if you're like a Vi or an Italy or a Lee Sin, for example. So then Brand gets his Faded Ashes, which I am a jungler, and this is, if we do solo queue, it's probably going to be jungle and support, and maybe all of it. Who knows? But this is the power spike that's making the AP junglers farm pretty fast right now. Their whole thing that you get the Faded Ashes, and it has a dot on it that helps take down the jungle minions faster. And then it thus allows you to stay pretty much even with your laners and farm. You know, like this picture here, Brand's 31 CS. Like Brand's ahead of his own. So Brand is spotted on the G2 Vision Ward and GX red side bottom jungle. See, like this. This looks like, actually, he's not spotted there because he's in the brush. So there I made another typo, didn't I? When he exits the, I would say the ward saw him, but we can't exactly see. This makes me want to go look into the game now. I think he's spotted, but it's just where I snipped the picture, he's in the brush. So it's kind of misleading. So don't misinterpret it. Because I'm sure at some point he pathed around there where, you know, some of you really misinterpret things out there or take everything to heart or 100% serious, like it's word for word. So where were we? 4 minutes and 26 seconds.
Yike is clearing through his Gromp, but spotted on vision as well.
Now Yike's clearly on that ward.
Tried to walk.
I'm gonna say that that ward spotted Wuhan
And it looks
If that's going to be the plan, from
before he went into the brush. Don't take that.
If that's going to be the plan, looks like
That's just the picture. That's why I got into this thing last night when I went my stream update. I think I actually lost a Twitch follower because he's like, well, this guy's so stupid, he doesn't understand that when something's in a brush, you can't see it. I know that. You're misinterpreting a slide or something. Maybe I should do this slide where it's like this and fix it. He's spotted here. That's how dumb some people are. I think I actually lost a Twitch follower because he watched my stream update. It was like, wow, this guy's so stupid. Because you'll see the slide here later. He's so stupid that he thinks that a ward sees through brushes. No, I don't. You're misinterpreting what my slide and what I'm trying to say before I even finish my thought. I don't know why that's okay. This is so much better to go at my own pace and I don't have to hurry. And I was trying to do these too fast and I'll slowly get better at them and get quicker. So, because I'm really messing with this vision stuff and this map toolkit and trying to figure out the exact area of vision, because it also matters too where you place these. You have to be telling you, it takes a lot of time to make these little maps and make sure they're in the proper placements. So Misfortune overextended in lane with no vision. Good time to punish and gank, although she has cleanse and flash up. She's down here over the line that I talk about. I call this the line. If you go over the line, this is G2's side of the map. The line splits the map in half. This is the red side of the map. So if you're red and you go over on the blue side and you don't have a partner, you don't have a teammate, you don't have flash, you don't have a ward over here, you're going to probably die. And I don't like to die. So bad pathing from Brand, question mark. He's spotted on the Scuttle Crab. This is the slide where I think I lost maybe a viewer because they misinterpreted that, like I was saying that this sees through the brush, and I never said that. And I was trying to say that Wuhan may have had lazy pathing here, that he got spotted by this Scuttle Crab, where if he went like this way, he could go around this area of vision here. But right here, he's spotted on this, even though it's about to run down, and they go for Dragon. And that's one way to really put map pressure down, is to force a Dragon right on top of this. But G2 don't seem to really care about early Dragons. I've yet to really see them take early Dragons. They get the Void Grubs. He's spotted on Scuttle Crab. Possible to path around this vision and not be seen. So Rel caught in the G2 jungle lizard camp brush. Rel goes around here to put some wards in, and should have had Wuhan or a teammate over here. Like I just said about the line and the rule, well, Ignar went on a solo mission and he gets caught. And then you also have Maokai right here, and Ashe is starting to come up here in path. So I don't remember if he dies or not, but and you have Corki teleporting to the mid. He'll probably show up over here. So this was something like, or Ignar staying ahead over here to keep them from taking the Dragon away from him. But he gets caught solo. I think he dies. Maybe not. But it's something you shouldn't do solo. You should have, like, really, GX should have went with the jungle support tandem to place the wards and then go for the Dragon. Because it's more of a gamble play when you're doing that. They could have got punished. But for some reason, G2 don't focus early Dragons. It's something about getting Broken Blade fed with the Void Grubs. And like this team comp here, Yone, I'm sure the Void Grubs really help Yone. I would think they help Yone more than they help Ornn, right? And they really help Corki help get the turrets down. But Ignar didn't die, and he got this control ward down here, which is a good deep control ward. Any deep vision in the enemy jungle, like I said at the beginning of this, scouting out the enemy, being steps ahead of them. So, like most games I see, G2 start the Void Grubs at 6 minutes. Yike was ready for it. He had his Faded Ashes. Much more difficult to do them without your Faded Ashes or a first jungle item. But we saw Ivern have nothing and do it, so it's like Nidalee can solo the Dragon at level 4. The Void Grubs. Well, you're level 5 by then. Lee Sin can solo the dragon at level 4. Vi can solo the dragon at level 4. Yone overextended in lane, no vision wards around, but that's okay because Maokai is around the corner. So it's like my rule I'm talking about. Broken Blade can be over this line, like I say, because he has a teammate right here to back him up if Broken Blade messes up. Which Yone seems to be a really good champion for Broken Blade because it fixes some of the mistakes he has. Because it allows you to push forward, but then yo-yo back to a safe spot. So Caps is overextended, but again, he's okay because Maokai is around the corner. There's the line again. Like I say, I see the game as there's an imaginary line that runs all the way down the river horizontally. And it splits the map in half. And I'll think of that as a perfect line. And this side of the map is blues. This side of the map is reds. So if you're blue and you step over this line like Yike is right here and he's going to die. Oh, I'm on the wrong slide, but it's okay. This was a play where Yike miscommunicated with Caps. Takes a trade, and I think Yike is a little late, or Yike's like, I'll get level 6 and have my ult and we can kill them. And they get punished. And I would say that's where Brand has more damage at this point. So Brand's level 5. Ezreal is level 6. Caps almost dies in the trade, and Yike comes in a little bit too late and all ends Wuhan and Jackie's, but Caps has no HP to take the trade. He's healing up, and then eventually Yike gets this. I think this caster minion right here dies, and Yike gets level 6, and then ults both of them, but Caps can't do anything, and then Yike dies. So there's a mistake that G2 made. There's some mistakes with Yike. Just when I listen to Yike talk, it's like, come on, Yike, slow down a little bit. You seem like you're in a hurry. I don't know if you drink like a Red Bull. When I watch the after game interviews, you just talk really fast. And that may cause problems with your team that you're communicating or going faster than they. I used to do this when I played League of Legends back in Season 3, Season 2. And then I would blame my teammates for being bad. I played jungle, and I would come down here and gank bottom and see a perfect opportunity and go all in, and then my teammates wouldn't go in. Because I didn't even allow them time. I saw an open play and it was one to take, but my teammates weren't ready. And unfortunately, it's a game where there's 5 people and it's more about communication. And even if you see an open play, if your teammate's not communicating with you, don't take it. It's okay, you'll get another opportunity. And it's just like a young player thing. So when he's doing interviews after the post-game lobby or whatever on the LEC, I may have to take a break and see how the LEC is doing. I thought for some reason, G2 played today. I thought they had to play Fnatic, but I guess they don't. Maybe they play tomorrow. But he just talks really fast, like he's in a hurry. I think he needs to slow down. I see it here when I do these breakdowns that he's ahead of the rest of his team. So perhaps Yike was thinking he would hit level 6 and be able to ult Ezreal and Brand. Miscommunication on G2. So you see he's level 6 and he does ult. You see the ult going off, but Caps can't do anything at this point. I think he's afraid of getting... well, he'll get Brand ulted or something. Like maybe Brand will hit level 6 and then Caps will just... I mean, Brand, if he hit a QW on Caps, he'd probably die. So Caps is just hanging out there, healing up, but then it's too late. So I don't remember what I'm showing on all. I just like Ghost Poro or Zombie Ward because you get a free ward, like Mickey X does here. He kills this control ward and then gets a free ward. He gets gold and a free ward. Brand spotted on, and it worked. Brand gets spotted on the Ghost Poro. So this allows G2 allows Broken Blade to pressure his lane now. He knows he's not going to get ganked. I could have moved that up a little bit more. Don't take the locations exact, okay? Because they look a little off to me right here, but don't take them exact. Like I said, I'm working on one monitor. I have to like blow this up on paint and then look at it. Where if I had a second monitor, I could just look right over here and go, oh, those are the exact locations. But I have to like, what I mean is like I can't look at a window at the same time. It minimizes the window unless I'm doing something wrong that I don't get, like I'm a noob. But like this takes a lot of time to move these in. I'll just show you, like, see all these wards I have to make and label and take the time to swap these to the champions. But I don't have a second monitor, so I have to go like this, and then I have to go back to that and by memory go, oh, okay, that's where that was. And then go, oh, okay, well, that's where... Okay, and by memory go, all right, well, this is where this ward goes. And then I have to go, okay, well, that ward's here. And then I have to go, oh, okay, that ward was there. And then I go back and I'm like looking at the mini map. Oh, okay, that ward's there. And then I'm like, oh, no, wait, that ward was actually a little bit over here. And then I'm like, oh, well, where was Ornn? Then I have to go back here and go, okay, Ornn is there. And then I have to be like, okay, there's Ornn. And then I go back and I'm like, oh, but wait a minute, Ornn wasn't exactly there. He was over here. So then I have to go and be like, okay, Ornn was right here. Then I have to go back here and be like, all right, well, where was the 15th ward that I need? All right, well, the 15th ward was here. And then I get to zoom in and then I'm like, oh, but wait a minute, that doesn't look right. And then sometimes I have to like magnify it, or like I said, on paint. Or you can barely see it until you see on the map, because I'm looking at the mini map and then I'm like, oh, okay, well, yeah, but the ward was actually a little bit right there. And so you can see, like, I made 100 slides, how much time that would take. So hang in there, Sodaron fans. We'll get better at this. I may even skipped one or two right there. So you have to be like, oh, okay, this ward is right here. Or I have to be like, all right, well, Corky's right there, right behind the turret. Okay. And then it's like, now see, if I had a second monitor, I would be like, oh, it's right there and then there. But I don't. And I know I bring that up a lot, but I know a lot of you out there don't even like comprehend somebody that would run off a monitor. Reason I got my setup was I was trying to literally like mock professional League of Legends, how they have their setup. But then you see like in their training rooms where they practice, their scrim rooms, they have multiple monitors, or at least maybe in their scrim room they don't, that they make them play on one monitor. But I've seen a lot of teams where they got like, at least in the LCS, they've got like 2 or 3 monitors on their desk. And I just have one 25-inch monitor. Thinking about upgrading to a 27-inch. The problem is my desk. I'd have to like upgrade my desk because I got this gaming chair and I got the desk that goes to it, and it's not very big. So then it's like, well, my monitor is right in the middle of my desk and I like it. If I had another monitor, how would I do that? Like I'd have to like set it over here, but it would be behind the main monitor a little bit because I don't think I would like it like over here. So I have to replan my thing, and um, I only do this stuff, so I wouldn't use the second monitor for anything else. It would just be for League of Legends stuff. And it's like, well, do I have enough people that watch this? Is it worth my time? So is it worth spending money or taking a loan? And so like I just hope like someday, you know, maybe it'll get good enough. I'll get enough views or something and somehow be able to generate the $250 to get a second monitor. But and I'm also learning right now, so Rel gets spotted on the G2 ward at 8 minutes and 19 seconds. So that Ghost Poro does a really good job here, and now Rel gets spotted out. Because again, when he leaves the lane, you don't see the enemy, and then you have to assume that whatever lane you're in, if you see only like 4 or 3, I guess it would be 3 champions on the map, or 4. Maybe the jungler's helping a lane, but you have to assume, well, Rel might be in this brush right here and gonna gank me if you're Caps. Or Broken Blade, you have to assume like, well, I don't see Rel, so he will come out of here and gank me. That's might be why he's over by this wall. Because he has, you know, he's playing to this ward, and like I talked about at the beginning where Corki had a ward right here, so he plays to that side. So Corki places a ward at the GX red side Raptor pit at 8 minutes and 30 seconds. This will allow the lane safe pressure lane. Pressure, that's supposed to say lane. I'm going to fire my editor. And spot Maokai. So Maokai is, I didn't even look at it. I make this for you, really, to watch. Because I feel like I can talk enough about the game when I'm, like, I can kind of handle it on my own, like a caster, where I don't really need to, like, hear what the casters are saying when I do this. But it's a good reference. You like optics. I'm trying to help get you to the next level. I'm trying to brainwash you and teach you to always look at timings. It's 8 minutes and 30 seconds in the game. So what should you be at 8 minutes and 30 seconds in the game? You should have 80 CS. If you want to be more exact, you should have 85 CS. Or you want to be a know-it-all like LS, you should have 83.5 CS at this point at 8 minutes and 30 seconds. So Corki gets a good ward there that'll show him where Wuhan comes pathing through. It's a good spot. And it's like a battle going on in the beginning of these games where these junglers hang out here and they're trying to prevent getting the wards at the Raptor pits at the beginning of the game. Maokai spotted on, I guess I went over this, but Maokai gets spotted on this ward right here. So now, again, it's like the same principle. It allows Ezreal to play safe and pressure his lane. Allows Rel to pressure, allows all the GX laners to pressure their lanes and overextend until he's out of that spot, or you wait like 45 seconds or whatever, a minute, minute and a half. Like how long it would take him to run, like if you're in top lane, about a minute and a half, 2 minutes. And then you kind of have to back off what you're doing because you got to assume the time it took them to clear the camps or run up there. Misfortune's cleanse is down and gets ganked by Poppy. That was a really nice play there by Mickey X, just slamming her in the wall, and that's what you want to do because she can't cleanse out of that. And that goes back to what I say about, like, let me just ask you something, player. Do you want to get to the next level? Well, tell me what the timer on cleanse is. That's right, it's 210 seconds, which converts to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Don't you wish you had a Sodaron next level card telling you all the cooldown timers? You go back to my VODs, the very beginning of my channel from 2 years ago, and I put it in every single presentation to download it, and you can print it on an index card. I even give you gifts. Brand spotted on the G2 ward at 9 minutes and 9 seconds. So again, allows all the laners to pressure and extend in a short duration. Even if this ward is down for a short duration. They've got the dragon. It looks like it says 1 minute and 23 seconds. The void grub's in 1 minute and 16 seconds. So it's 9 minutes. What should your CS be? That's right, kids. 90 CS. Or if you want to be LS, 92 3/4 CS. GX claimed the topside Scuttle Crab at 9 minutes and 28 seconds. Again, this allows them to get the Void Grubs, which G2 seem to prize. They don't really go for early dragons. This makes this whole topside river GXs. It makes it impossible to path up here to gank. You have to change your route and go around. It's like having a toll bridge. Poppy, Maokai, and Corky spotted on the GX ward. GX lane swamp, Misfortune at top. So Ornn has such a bad game that, and let's see, what was Misfortune's even behind? So they're like, all right, we got a lane swap. Even though I don't know how fun that would be to be Misfortune at 70 CS. I'm guessing, I don't know much about GX, but I'm guessing the Antonio may not be the strongest player on GX. I don't know. So maybe they're like, Patrick, you go have a try laning into Yo. Because he's at 70 CS. Ornn's at 65 CS. I mean, they're just slowly getting outplayed laning skill-wise. So they're players. How do you get better at laning? You keep grinding the same champions in solo queue or the practice tool. Now, at their level, you do have to play solo queue. But in your downtime, you can work, even if you're them, you can work on your laning. And I've heard Koreans say they do that. Like, they go into practice tool for a while before they even play games to warm up. So how much CS should you have at this point, kids? That's right, 92 CS. Or if you're LS, 92 3/8 CS. I don't know. I just thought like doing that slide again. Poppy spotted on the GX ward at 10 minutes and 17 seconds. So again, the area vision thing. We're trying to find out, well, how far is the radius of the area vision? Because now some has changed, I guess, in this season because the way that it's where I need to play solo queue. Because like the side brushes have changed. They used to be much closer in, and you could really gank mid if you wanted to all the time, and it's not as easy now. Kind of made it so you can't gank as much, and it isolates the solo lane matchups, which is probably a good thing. But like, is there a way for Mickey to path through here around this? I don't think so at that spot. Because it looks like that area vision covers all this wall. So you'd have to like go up around here somehow. And you can't really do some of the crazy pathing you used to be able to. Or you'd have to go back behind up through here. But it's also like, how accurate is this? This should be pretty accurate, but then it's the mini map itself, and you know, maybe if that ward's placed a little bit up here, maybe there's a little bit of vision room. But the way it looks like it hugs the wall. Where was I? Oh, so Maokai and Poppy are spotted on the GX ward at 10 minutes and 32 seconds. And you can see, like, this one back here says GX Vision Ward, and the circle just goes through Poppy and Maokai here. Which, I think the Void Grubs are up. So this is a fight over the Void Grubs. GX have the Scuttle Crab. So just probably a stat where, like, you win the objective 80% of the time. You have the Scuttle Crab. I could be wrong, but it should be pretty high. It's higher than 50%, right? So Maokai flashes for Rel, misses, caught in the middle of GX, and punished. Another mistake that Maokai made, and I think that maybe, like, Yike was getting a little frustrated playing into Wuhan. I don't know. He is a LCK jungler that's been on a world's roster team. Has a skin. Has the Maokai skin. So GX Wuhan has slain G2 Yike. G2 out rotate lane swap here. Orn recalls and swaps to top top lane. Misfortune swaps to bottom lane, but too late. Broken Blade on the way. Yeah, they get out rotated here. It's good macro from G2 because Orn messed up, went top, but it was too late because Yon was already on his way there. So then Yon's laning into the Misfortune, where I think maybe they wanted it the other way around, but they got out rotated right there. I think Orn was supposed to go bottom, but remember they swapped earlier. Because I think at this point it was Yon laning into Orn again. Or no, okay. I don't know. I think they got out rotated. Maybe it was the right matchup because they lane swapped earlier. So maybe this is a useless slide. But who cares? Make a slide for practice. Learn to make better ones. Ash spotted on the GX Ghost Poro ward at 14 minutes and 36 seconds. So again, a lot of these slides is we're trying to look at the area of vision and trying to get around them. The way the map is this season, though, it's not. I think it's almost like impossible in positions where it used to be where you could get around places without wards spotting you out. Because again, they've like made the openings bigger. Like the side lane brushes were like right here, and now they're clear back here. So it's much more difficult to gank because there's this bit of river And so you get spotted naturally where you used to just jump right out of a brush. What the? So Maokai, Poppy, and Corky spotted on the GX Vision ward, and Ezreal caught on the G2 ward at 16 minutes and 15 seconds. Okay, so Ash, Maokai, and Poppy are spotted on the GX ward at 17 minutes and 21 seconds. Did I get way ahead? No, okay. Maokai, Poppy, and Corky are spotted on the GX Vision ward, and Ezreal caught on the G2 ward. So you can see these areas of vision. You're starting to get a lot of wards at this point. Again, it takes a lot of work to set this up on the map and make this for you. So trying to give you a better vision of what this would look like in the game. Unfortunately, Riot won't release replays for us where we can see this much better, and the observer is constantly changing and moving around. So it makes this difficult. Rel spotted on G2. That's why I would like to be nice to be a coach and work with players in scrims and actually see the replays and be able to look at this type of stuff instead of watching it and guessing from pro matches. That's why it would be enjoyable to me, and what some of why I want to do that and still get into the coaching thing. Again, Gam said I was good and did a good job. The only problem was I speak English and I need to work with an English-speaking team. Now I can see maybe there's some problems working in Europe that the teams are multi-languaged. So just to check again. It's 17 minutes. Caps is way ahead. He's got the Manimune already and the Training Force. He doesn't have boots. But how much CS should you have? That's right, 100 in CS. And if you're LS, 1 1/4 CS. Ash, Maokai, Poppy spotted on the board. Yeah. So Poppy's punished for deep solo adventure warding and scouting alone. No teammates in vicinity. This is where I say that Yike and Mickey X, was it Poppy or was it Rel? Did I? Yeah, Mickey X goes up in here solo. This is where he needed to have Yike. He has Hansama, but Yike's over here getting the blue buff. I don't think you need the blue buff at this point, Yike. You've got a like 7.5k gold lead. Ash has volley, so Ash should be able to volley in here and go, oh, there's 3 guys in there. And Mickey X gets punished. I don't know where the Ash volley was to, or whatever her hawk shot. I mean, I meant the hawk shot, the E, not the W, but the E. So Maokai spotted on the GX control ward, red side, ancient golem camps at 20 minutes and 23 seconds. So Yike just got the blue buff, and then he went over here to try to get the next blue buff. And there's a control ward there. So Brand spotted on the G2 ward, Yone overextended with no teammates and punished. So I don't know what Yone is doing. He's got the Rift Herald. Maybe he's trying to just get rid of the Rift Herald charge is the thinking here, but there's all this vision. There's no vision on the top side. Like, at least Broken Blade could have the Farsight ward, I would think, here. Probably be better than the trinket ward for what he's trying to do, these grand solo adventures. But needs to have some type of vision if he's going to go this far up here and put some deep wards. There's no vision down here. So he gets punished. Or if he just spent 75 gold, they wouldn't lose 300 gold to GX. And yes, they look like they're dominating here, but what's going to happen when they play against T1 or they play against top and they punish you for little tiny mistakes? Practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. So GX Rel is spotted on the G2 control ward, and they give away GX at Dragon Pit. I don't remember exactly what I meant by give away GX at Dragon Pit. Oh, I think I meant like this is a dead giveaway they're doing Dragon because Ignar gets spotted, where if he didn't get spotted, G2 wouldn't know they're down here doing Dragon. Now, I think at this point, G2 don't care because they're 46k gold to 38k gold. So then GX Poppy, that should be Rel. I gotta fix that. Rel and Misfortune are spotted on the deep ward from G2 at 21 minutes and 51 seconds. I'm looking for Rel and Misfortune. Apparently there's a ward sitting in here, but you can't see it. There was a ward somewhere. There's a ward up there too. Again, that's where this gets difficult. I'm guessing there was a ward there. So Yone overextended without flash and punished. I think I gotta take... Yone is overextended without flash and punished. Okay, so Yone is overextended without flash. And so he gets punished. Kind of a dumb play. I don't know if this is bait, but like I said, my saying is perfect practice makes perfect, and G2 look good when they're playing against GX, but we're trying to get them to be on par with T1 and BLG and WBG that I think are going to Worlds now. I've been on the WBG bandwagon and defended myself for months now that they would be a top 4 team at Worlds, and it looks like they should get 3rd spot at least. So, nice alt play from Ornn to catch out Corti. I just wanted to highlight a play, not to put the Antonio down. He makes a really nice play here where he catches Caps out that has flash and Caps dies, and that was a really nice play that he made in Ornn ult, so I thought I would highlight him because people want to put people like the Antonio down and say they're bad or say the S word, and I don't do that here. We're on the next level. So this should be where we get into the game. So G2 win this series. Or they win this game. They didn't win the series yet. Okay, so into the game. And this is where I don't know to do my slide still or what. I may not in this game because they're for you to follow along when we're doing this game. So let's go ahead and get in the draft and let's hear what the casters has to say about this. So again, we got Wuhan, that's a LCK jungler, and LCK junglers can play Nidalee, They can play Vi very well. They can play Lee Sin very well. They can play Sejuani very well. They can play Brand very well. But we get a Ziggs ban, which I don't understand. I can't recall seeing Hansama even. Oh wait, that's G2. So I don't know about Jackie's or Patrick's. I guess maybe one of their best champions is Ziggs. Ziggs allows you to pretty much farm and lane safely all day long, and Ziggs has a passive that does extra damage to turrets, so and you get the Void Grubs. I'm sure that really helps as well. And then you throw in like a Tristana, and Camille's a good one too that takes down. I'm just thinking of champions that take down turrets quickly. So a Tristana and a Ziggs. So we get an Ashe first pick, which the Ashe seems to be pretty successful here for G2, and Hansama gives some type of crowd control. The volley. We've seen Hansama in the last game make a pretty ridiculous ult from downtown. Kind of like the one I talk about where I had a friend get into the game, and she started as a supporting me, and I played AD, and I had Jinx, and I just randomly shot Jinx's ult at level 6 at the mid turret, and we were playing against a Ziggs, and Ziggs like died, and she thought that was the coolest thing that she ever saw. So I know what it's like to hit from downtown. Ashe, I love having that global ultimate for like an engage or disengage. But we get Ivern ban. Oh, I'm not even doing my system. See, I gotta do my system like I do. So I look at the draft like this. 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you get a set of counters, but you only get 2. Well, I guess that doesn't really matter there. You get a set of counters, and on here you get 2 set of counters. Or you get 2 duos, so like maybe these give some type of synergy. Then I look at this as a priority, so they're like salsa. I was saying that, you know, this is like hot, and then this is like mild down here, and it's like levels of what they're worried about. So they're most worried about Wuhan getting Nidalee, which I keep saying this, but it worries me that Yike won't play Nidalee because you got free vision. This is the time that he should be playing Nidalee and getting it ready, because I think you'll need Nidalee at Worlds. I got a smudge on my glasses. I like my new glasses. I got these, I think they call them like Zen lens. They're made for looking at computer screens, and they block out blue light. And I used to pretty much have insomnia when I stare, because, I mean, for years I've watched League of Legends and not worked. Like, this is my job. This is my marriage. No kids, no girlfriend. I've watched for years. The only thing I did wrong was I wasted my time, and I should have been making content on the side, but I sat there just out of enjoyment and taking notes, and since about season 6, taking notes of the drafts, and stare at the screen all day, and like used to be really nuts, and like get up and watch LCK, and then watch LPL, and then watch LEC, and then watch LCS for seasons. That's why I'm saying, like, I think that if anybody coaches, like, I think I should have enough experience just watching the professional games that long. But anyways, I got these blue light blocking lenses that really help when I'm staring at screens, and I guess like it can give you insomnia, like if you stare at a computer screen for like 14 hours a day or however long it is, and it seems to really help me like wind down at night. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's like salsa, and this is mild here that they're worried about, and this is extremely hot over here.
Poppy as well. So
So
it might just be a
G2 draft the
multi-role
Bayokai,
Ornn, the likely pick here for
which will
Giant
get
X,
the
but
brand.
put the Antonio on something he's very comfortable on.
I don't know
Got rid
about
of
the
the
Misfortune
Bronze, so you know
and
you have
Rel.
a
I
little bit more
guess
long
they're
range,
good together.
non-lethal engage,
I don't know
which
why not
seems to be the
Leona.
name of the game in a lot of League of Legends, especially
Know
in
what
the
happened to
ADC.
Leona. Poppy is the Rel
You would expect
counter
the
from what I
Aatrox
understand.
as a ban. Maybe even the
And we get an Ornn. We
Constantes
get a
of
blind
Sodaron,
pick
they wanna
Ornn
try and
top.
mitigate Broken Blade's options
Well,
in
it
the
could
top
be
lane.
flexed, right? It could go
Broken Blade
mid.
has a
Ornn could even
very
jungle.
deep champion pool. So there's all sorts of crazy
We
stuff
get an
they could
Aatrox
with,
ban. I
the
don't know
direction
why,
that G2
but we
wanna
get
go.
2 Broken
Or
Blade
range, they could consider
bans.
something
So
like
you
G's,
all
they
out
could
there
do
wanting to make
Extend.
fun of Broken Blade and say he's
So
bad.
now
Well,
we've got
here's
2
2 bans
Meanwhile,
against him.
G2 gonna look to ban out
Get an
jungle
Ivern
options that are
ban,
gonna be taken away. Sejuani
which, like I
waiting
said
for the next
earlier,
champion
I
to
saw.
follow to
I've
kind of put some
said that
pressure
the
on
bad
Giant
thing
to
about
go
Ivern
down
is
in
you
that
can't
role.
take
Notice that
objectives till
a
he's
lot
level
of
6.
G2's focus is
And
actually
I saw
on Juan,
Lucid
but then Italy taking away
yesterday
the Vi as well.
take
I think that it does
all
make
3
sense
Void Grubs at
when
level
Juan does
5
kind of
solo
divide
with
the
Ivern.
roster, a
The
large
shielding and
responsibility of being able to make things happen for the team. As Giant X gonna run out there in second
the shielding and the range damage and standing in the Brushmaker. Now, his lanes were all pressured, so there was no way that a jungler or laners were going to come in and interfere. It would be nice to have Kingen as your laner and Showmaker as your laner and Aiming as your laner.
An AP threat in the jungle would make sense as well.
So we get a Azir ban we're worried about, which Azir's good about getting the AD out of the back line, or even maybe like a Brand, if you take a Brand.
Oh, Karthus?
Mayokai's good engage, Poppy is good engage. We got Broken Blade on his Yone, which looked good in this game, but I don't know how it'll do against T1, against Zeus, or against Kingen, or against Doran, against Breathe or Ben. So
Right. Yeah, no, I get
I'm
you.
expecting both of you to shout that in the middle.
I would like to see him take a Rumble. I mean, Rumble didn't even get banned. Rumble's probably the most OP top laner right now,
But we know that
especially on this patch.
Broken Blade had
I've been
to
watching the
deal with
LCK and they're on patch 14.16. They're playing Nasus mid and they're playing.
that champion out. But strong
I mean, that's a really good because it counters the ADs. You can have Wither and then they don't run.
While the analyst desk has consistently talked about when it comes to playing
I've even
Giant
thought
X,
about
the
like pulling
composition style
Nasus
is very
out in the
exploitable.
jungle. I really enjoyed him back in the day. I've stolen Baron. I could just walk in with Nasus ult and steal a Baron. So we got the Brand, we got the Ezreal mid, and Ezreal mid has fallen off and isn't like a top priority anymore. I mean, you should have taken like Tristana or Smolder. And this is what I say, a team like GX, their coaching staff, just their coaching staff in general, they have less people. They're usually behind a patch or 2. That's the thing. Like G2's on patch 4.15, where like LCK's on 1.16, so the LEC is already handicapping the LCK and the LPL for Worlds just now being behind on this patch. But like Giants X is behind by like a meta or 2 ago, a patch or 2 ago. Because you need time, you need more coaches, you need more players, academy rosters, challenger rosters. I don't really know how the EMA works. I guess like Europe doesn't have challenger teams. I think there's like a BDS lower team or a Vitality lower team. I never hear of like a G2 academy team. But those teams help you develop the meta and you scrim against them. But we've done like a 2-hour stream already, so eventually all 3 of these VODs are supposed to go together. So it'll be like another 8-hour VOD. Go ahead and get into the game. And this is where I don't know to like look at the slides as much. I put the notes in here for you to look at the slides while the game's going. And it would, I don't know if I had a second monitor as well, as if you could pull the slides over and back really easily. You should be able to. But like the first slide I got's Wuhan. Awards this at 45 seconds. I didn't see any other awards up yet.
Although I think Sin would be better because the
got electrocute on Wuhan, which I think it's debatable. Like I see the arcane comment on like Tarzan today. I've had better success with the arcane comment. But the Hella Blades on Mickey X, so you can slam people against the wall and then hit them 3 times in the face and do a bunch of burst damage. So Maokai put this ward down up here, made slides about it. It's going to prevent Brand from coming in here and invading his jungle. It's also going to let Caps lane safely on this side, which is like a dead giveaway though. If you're a laner like Jackie's, you know that's warded if you see Caps hang over here on this side.
That's kind of the point of learning in school, but we'll see if Giant X can speak a different language than they did in Game 1. Changed up the draft a little bit. Looks like Juan actually went for a Razor Beacon.
It looked like Wuhan had some greedy wards and stuff. And talked about it in the game number 1, and I'm not putting him down or anything, but it's like he's trying to maybe play for KDA because he may not be on Giant X next year, or he wants to be on a better roster. And maybe he's worried that how well he's done this year may not be good. Because I guess this is GX is done, right? So
it's not going to spot him out.
So it spots that the blue was done.
What looked weak to me on GX was Antonio, even though he made a really nice Ornn ultimate play at the end of this game on Caps.
They should be able to determine because they saw red and they saw cross.
So jungle routes, I'm guessing Yike's going to come down here and get the Scuttle Crab. Brand's going to come up here and get this Scuttle Crab up here. That's where I said once you get the Scuttle Crab, that side of the river is yours because you got this vision right here in the middle, and it's really hard to get around it. Same thing down here. The Scuttle Crab, and you get it in the middle. Makes it really difficult to get around that path around it. I talked about how this has changed, where these brushes used to be back, or no, they used to be right up on the lane, and then you could just gank right out of the brushes, but now there's water, so you can't just come right out of the brushes and basically be invised. You know, the opponent sees you for a second. Yike gets the Scuttle Crab, and like I said, there's got to be some type of stat. Whereas Yike did get spotted on that ward once he got out of the brush. I made slides about that. I don't know to go look at them. You may be slided out already after all of this, because I've already went over these. But maybe you're just now watching. So I just show the warding spot. Beginning, Maokai starts the blue side. Maokai position near Corki, and Brand showing how, I explained that earlier, that Maokai being here allows the mid lane and top lane to play aggressive and push their lane. Same thing for GX. If you're a jungler, you want to play really about whatever lane's shoved up into the enemy side. So Broken Blade places a good deep ward at 2 minutes and 56 seconds. We got that. I've been pretty critical about him being lazy, but that's not a lazy ward. That was a good one. Poppy ward, bottom lane, tri-brush, allowing Ashe and Poppy to shove the pressure lane. I talked about that earlier, how you want to shove the lanes and you get it over the line that I talk about and make sure they're crashing. You know, you push them forward and do damage to the minions. Where you freeze is where you let it just, you wait till you let the waves kill each other and then you take the last hit. Whereas if you're pushing it, you're doing constant damage to shove, you know, you're killing the lane faster than the minions can. Therefore, your wave builds up and gets bigger and bigger, and then it crashes into the turret, the enemy turret, not your turret. So then Brand gets spotted out on a ward that Broken Blade put. So that was a really good ward. This is why I'm critical of him, that he's lazy, and a lot of times, not that he's lazy, I'm sorry. Sometimes I see him do lazy wards where he wards like right here, and you're not going to see the jungler come in and gank you until it's too late if you put it there. So that's a good one, putting it on a jungle camp. So thank you, Broken Blade, G2 coaching staff. Go back and ward like this. I haven't got time to watch the BDS series, but I hear they had horrible vision. So now it's like I got a new project after this. I got to go and I don't know how much time I'll spend on game 3. I may just do it quickly so I can go on and start on the BDS series. So Yone Vision Ward at GX red side Krug spots out Brand. Also the bottom lane G2 Vision Ward allows Ashe and Poppy to overextend and shove the wave into the enemy turret. So I don't know. I don't know to keep following them or what. So I can give my own in-game commentary or talk. I seem to be pretty good at the talking part. So that's a good warding spot in the middle if you really don't know where to ward. You're in mid lane or you don't know where to ward, just put it in the middle of the lane. Not the best spot, but it'll help you. It'll help you. You'll be able to see your enemy, and you can stay under your turret. Like, that's basically why I think he's warding there, is so he can hang out under the turret if he needs to, because he's going to lose the trade or he's worried about it. Notice how low Jackie's HP is here. So he put the ward there so he can see where Caps is and hang out under his own turret to not take damage. I used to lane and practice into a challenger player on NA, and I beat him in duels with Lulu. That's it, only Lulu. And he told me, like, I used to be like where Caps is right now, or I would always be in the standing up here, and he's like, all you gotta do is just stand under the turret, not take damage. And I went over this. See, it looks different when I break it down, right? Because I'm pointing out things that you probably don't see or you're not paying attention to. But Wuhan does come in here and get spotted. Maybe not. Maybe it was the next dragon. Must have been the second dragon. Oh, maybe I missed it. Maybe the scuttle crab, but he got caught right on the scuttle crab, or maybe he should have went over here. Again, we went over all these. Maokai spotted on the ward. If he exits the brush, which he does after this slide's made, it's really hard to get screenshots that you want exact. Takes a lot of time. It's a lot of time to produce this show. Brad places the ward in a G2 topside jungle area at 3 minutes and 44 seconds, and both junglers claim Scuttle Crab, GX topside river, and G2 bottom side river. Maokai spotted if he exits. Maokai got... See, we're already 4 minutes into the game, and I've talked so much. He got his Faded Ashes, and Brand got his Faded Ashes. A lot of solo queue players that you don't do very well, it's probably because you don't back soon enough. Like, in lane as a jungle, it's like you stay in lane and think that you got to get your ultimate, and you need to go back at like level 3 and get a first item, or like Yone Zerker's Greaves, but get like a couple long swords or a dark seal if you're AP. Go back, you'll start winning the trades. You're not going to lose CS. You'll start gaining more CS. So Faded Ashes on Brand. Brand spotted. This is what I'm talking about, I think. Brand spotted on the G2 Vision Ward in the bottom of the jungle. So he gets spotted there. And see, Misfortunes overextended in lane. Good time to gank. Well, they missed that. It could have been a gank that Wuhan got, but 4 minutes and 46 seconds. thought. Oh yeah, right there. See, you don't see this, but right there, he's shoved up with no vision. Even like in this situation, Mickey can make a play and come up and get behind Misfortune and shove him into the wall. But there's where I said Wuhan gets caught on. There's the Scuttle Crab. Now it sees him, and he could have went around this way and not got caught on vision. So it was kind of a lazy jungle pathing from Wuhan. He was probably like speaking Korean and like, oh, nope, or can't communicate fast enough to translate. And when you're in Europe, you may have to deal with others that have language barriers too, other than English. So they're like speaking a third language. So like Caps here really should have went back already. He finally went back. Ezreal's already got a call and a tier. So GX get the first dragon. G2 act like they're not interested in dragons. They're always worried about the void grubs. What I see the teams are, yes, you get more out of the void grubs, but I don't know if it's more like a AD thing because they're playing ADs top and mid and bottom, and they don't work as well on an AP. And I think they help a champion that has ranged attack damage to take down the turrets, minus like Ziggs. So, as I normally say, there's a formula where you get the 4 dragons, you get the soul, you get the Baron, and you can close the game out in 25 minutes as long as you're hitting 10 CS per minute. This is where Yike comes in, and there's this miscommunication here where I think Yike, like I said, he needs to slow down. Maybe he drinks too much caffeine, but when he's on the post lobby, he talks so fast that like I literally almost can't understand what he's saying. And I think he needs to slow down for his teammates. Because when I was younger, I was like that, and I would go in and make plays and like ping and everything, and then I would realize like, wait a minute, my teammates don't even have time to think or see what I'm doing. They're not on the same page as I am. Like I would see an opportunity and go for it, but you can't play like that, even at this level. Probably as well, there's language barriers in Europe. But I guess like Yike's reasoning here is, oh, I'm going to get level 6 off this one caster minion and then loses the trade. So kind of a mistake from Yike. Like I said, perfect practice makes perfect. Practice doesn't make perfect. If you practice and you're lazy, you're just going to be lazy. You're trying to practice for like when your back's up against the wall in a best of 5 series or game 5 that you pull out all the stops and you're prepped that you don't have to think. You've been through the situation over and over and over. You've got to prep for these best of 5 games. That's why like the LCS, I don't even know how they could win Worlds because the LPL play about, I don't even know, like 60 games or more than that. I don't, or just matches. Like the LCK, there was 90 matches in this season. Every match can be 3 games. So multiply that.
To a little bit more activity, let's say from Juhan, where he might be able to try and use the
fact that that's
over to 6 to find advantages.
What, like 180 games that can be?
Most of that lead for G2 is on Blade in the top lane. It has been a 1v1 basically in isolation for much of the game. And
Alright.
the issue for the Antonio is you can get a
Alright, I
big
guess-
burst, you can try and negate some of the healing coming out of the Yone, but it doesn't help with his auto attacks. 50% of those auto attacks are magic damage, scaling off your AD as well. So
So-
even if you build, you know, armor to try and deal with the physical damage.
I don't know to go back to the slides or not. I don't know if you'll get bored. Lost my train of thought for a second. So here,
Brave ward in the bot side jungle of G2. I
it's
think it might
okay
be
for
fine
Yone
Mickey.
to make a
Mickey
play
on
like
spot.
that or
Open up with the
overextend over
full
this
force
line
speed.
because
Can open up for
he's got a
splash
ward
base,
there.
of
He
course,
should
Hamzat
get a
with the
deeper
overstays.
one like
This
over
is the
here.
G2 do a lot,
And
which
Caps
is
has
have
this
Mickey
ward
reset
right here
very
that's
early,
allowing him to
try and get him
pressure
out to
the
map
lane
first,
and
but
overextend
doesn't
over the
Hamzat
line I
want
talk
to
about.
trick?
Then here you got 3 winning lanes.
Nasty trade there.
But Hansama could easily, well, we got
Yeah, Patrick's dead. He's got the
got
flash,
Mickey
but
X
Mickey
up
would knock
there
him into
putting
the
some
wall of it with
vision
the hail of
coming
blades.
around.
And a hammer
Oh,
shot
that was the
gone.
dive where
Mickey takes the
Patrick
kill.
didn't have
Did the
cleanse,
flash, but even
and
if he
Mickey
did, I
X
don't know if he was getting
smashed him up against the wall. Trying to see when he lost cleanse. So Hansama,
Mickey reset very early and try and get him out onto the map first, but
well, he had to
Hansama
use his
vulnerable
cleanse
towards
against
Patrick.
Hansama. Had to use it on the Ash ult.
nasty trade there. Patrick
And
really
Mickey
did
X
that.
was kind of doing a thing where I don't like this, that Yike should have been up here with him. Because both of these two characters get caught out at times, and I think it's going to cost G2 when they start playing LCK teams and LPL teams.
Yeah, Patrick's dead. He's got the
Yike
flash,
and
but
Mickey X
would
need to
knock him
work
into the wall
on
of it with the hail of blades.
duo
And a hammer
adventures.
shot combo.
Like a tandem, I say, a jungle support tandem.
Patrick did have the flash, but even if he did, I don't know if he was getting away from that. He kind of had to flash it perfectly so that.
So
as
we
the
get a
E came in,
ward
he could flash
there.
away, but yeah, that was always going to.
I don't know why Mickey X is going mid. Maybe it's because he knows Rel's going mid, so it's a counter. Oh, and you've got a ward here spotting Brand. And I'm sure I got these in slides. So I guess Mickey X decides to go up here. He may know where Rel's going, but so it's the counter Rel.
Flash it perfectly so that as the E came in, he could flash away. But yeah, that was always going to be an ambitious thing to be able to do. So
One of the things about Corki is his Q gives you vision in these brushes. That's one of the reasons he's so OP'd in the mid lane. I call it aggressively safe. Now they're nerfing that. They're making Q have the same mana cost all the way through every rank.
G2 equalized the
It
kills.
gives you vision on
But,
the enemy.
I think the biggest
free
problem
vision.
for Giant X is once again Hans
The
Zimmer's just had
OP'd
free reign on
ability.
this tower. He secures himself a play. He's now in a very healthy goal.
It's like in Warcraft 3, they made Night Elves very OP'd because they gave a race harvesting units that can harvest wood anywhere on the map. So you could scout somebody with a harvesting unit where like orcs or humans had to physically like chop wood down or mine gold out of a mine, and the wood elves, their wisps could just go anywhere on the map and harvest wood, which is just OP because that's free vision.
Lead top, as you already mentioned, in the same position. So even though Juhan gets a little bit accelerated after
So the
securing
Void
that first
grubs
blood,
in
you look at the
56
itemization, still very
seconds
similar.
and the dragon in a minute.
Giant X now find themselves overall behind in this early game.
very early lane spot.
Yes, that
from
G2
Giant
is
X
not
as
really
well.
interested in
They-
this
I feel
dragon.
like
They're
you
more
should do this
interested
for
in the
Void grubs that are coming up, but still 40 seconds
Void
away from that,
grubs.
so
It's going to
you
help
can actually
Yone,
try
going to
and
help
match that if you
Corki,
really
going to
want
help
to.
Ash.
Maybe don't even stick around here.
They're already ahead in their lane. The only one behind
Just a
is
little early on this, 'cause you're gonna get the push
Yike
from
is
Boz.
behind the
G2 can either walk up
LCK
and try and
World
contest, or they
roster
just have to drag
jungler,
up themselves on
Wuhan.
bottom side. So I think it's a bit of an unusual play here from Giant X.
I think it's pronounced
They want to
Wuhan.
try and contest G2 from getting
Wuhan.
6 grubs. Obviously,
Maybe it's
6 grubs
Wuhan.
with a Yone in a side lane later on will just melt through towers. But as you say, you give up pressure around that dragon towards the bottom side.
So this is where we got the lane swap. And again, hey, I give you free great notes. I don't know if I need to go through all of them because I went over them for like 2 hours. So I don't really see the point of this, but trying to get caught up where we are. We're 10 minutes. So Bran gets spotted on the Ghost Poro. And 8 minutes and 9 seconds. I probably skipped some slides, but they're in the links for you to look at while you're going over this. So Brand gets spotted on the Ghost Poro again. Trying to show you the area vision, and that's what I was trying to figure out earlier. Is I was wondering if the area vision is this portrait, because it kind of looks like that when you're watching the game, you can't see your enemy until the portrait is hugging your portrait, like that. But it's a little bit bigger. It's the size of the ward. And how you tell that is by hitting the auto attack button and hold down A, and it'll show you. So you just hit A. Let me make sure this is still good. Ah, sorry, I don't know why that went down. I should have checked that earlier. It probably won't make a difference, but I don't know why, but my microphone, I go like 2 hours and then it wants to go down. So I apologize. It just went down by a few decibels. It probably won't make that much of a difference. And it may do that because it's like you talk too loud, Sodaron. But if it was down to like here, so it's like, hey, can you hear me? I guess it's really not that much of a difference. So maybe it does that automatically. I've tried to not worry about it, but I've wanted to mess with these. Hey now, hey now, hey now. What's that sound like? Hey now, hey now, hey now. Check, 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 check. Hey now, hey now, hey now. I think the FM's probably the best. So I don't know why that. It's like Windows doesn't like me, or somebody's like hacking my computer or something. I don't think that's true, but I don't know why it does that. It might be this right here is why. I don't need that. I don't need that. Watch it be this. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't even know what this junk is. So, unless it's where like I accidentally do something in slides. But again, I apologize. It does it to me like every time. But it really shouldn't be that much of a difference. So
It is very early from them as well. G2 were able to get the push through mid, and Broken Blade happy to accept this wave a little bit further back and isn't really...
Oh, so we were... it's just frustrating when you go for like 2.5 hours and you're like, well, gee, what if it's not watchable to people because my microphone went down? So we're 8 minutes in, and Brand gets spotted on a G2 Ghost Poro, which is very nice. Free vision. Rel spotted on G2 board at 8 minutes and 19 seconds. Again, you've seen the slides. I got them. I'm just trying to... I don't even really know why I'm going through them. I should probably just talk about the game. Brand gets spotted on the ward right here. GX claimed the top side. Scuttle Crab. Poppy, Maokai. Oh, this is where they lane swap because Horn's having a very difficult time and Misfortune's having a difficult time too. So Mickey X, I think, Mickey gets spotted on that ward, so then Ignore and Patrick have to path back to their side of the map.
It's also because G2 can kind of play with 4 1/3 man as well, because Hansam is...
As Mickey X gets caught on the Scuttle Crab now.
So when G2 take these fights, an Ash Arrow from downtown right up through river could end up catching people out.
Let's see what else. Maokai and Poppy spotted on the ward. Oh, this is where GX have a nice ward down here. I think Mickey comes down here. It should have saw him or seen him. Caps gets caught. But yeah, that would see him right there.
From downtown right up through river could end up catching people out. Looks like that's what G2 might try and play for here.
Giant X currently grouped up around those grubs. Broken Blade has.
So here, Hansama tries one of his long distance engages, but doesn't hit anybody. Almost got somebody. I think that was part of the engage here. It's like G2 put Hansama as the engage. So I don't know. I think G2 needed their AD here, right? They need their AD damage because you got 2 ADs, you got a brand, so the damage just doesn't make sense right here. Even though you got a 2k gold lead, but at this point, because you're probably not on full items or you're just on one item. You got the brand damage, and he's on Leandri's Torment. Misfortune's on a BF sword, almost has the Bloodthirster, so yeah, I would say they, for one, have a damage advantage. You also have Caps is low on mana here for this fight. That might be like Caps doesn't even want to take this fight right here.
Putting some damage down, but Broken Blade dives in, and Ingnar almost dies. Yike flashes forward and can't quite get him. Mickey down to half HP as well. Yike going back in with a twisted advance, but he's been abandoned by the rest.
So Yike gets caught again. That's like the second time now. Again, perfect practice makes perfect. Practice doesn't make perfect.
Tried to get the kill, but only put themselves in harm's way, and Giant X now get not only the kill, but will get those boy grubs off.
It just really bugs me. I would like to know why this resets sometimes. Unless it automatically does it or something, where it's like you're hitting the red too much, so it turns it down. And like I said, most people probably can't even tell. But I shouldn't even say anything.
Execution on the fight, or maybe just a miscalculation is a better word for it, because Ingnar, he just tanks so much.
It's Sodaron trying to figure out if you watch the videos all the way through.
Get away, and then Yike flashes after him, at the very least trying to get that kill. But now G2 kind of run out of juice. They have nothing left to follow up with the.
So GX kill Yike here, and they get the Void Grubs, and Wuhan's look like he's doing pretty good. He's got the Leandri's Torment. He's almost 1,000 gold ahead of Yike. Yike should have went Locket of Iron Solari. It looks like it's more efficient than the Leandri's Torment, so I didn't look at his rune. Like, I always see him take first strike, and I always see like Tarzan and the LCK. He looks really frustrated in this game. If he's frustrated against Wuhan, then how's he gonna do against Canyon and Lucid and Owner? He's gonna be really frustrated at Worlds. We gotta relax Yike. We gotta slow him down. At least he's got phase rush this game. Maybe he's not mad, but he looks mad in this game. And I said at the beginning, like, he's playing against a jungler that's been on World's roster and has a World's Maokai skin. If I was Jike, I'd be playing the DRX Maokai skin. But to taunt Wuhan. It may have been Willer that had Wuhan's skin, and I'm wrong. I know Willer was on, was it HLE? I mean, literally worked with GAM during Worlds, and they were in this group. But you know, the main guy was Pyosic. Do they even say like whose skin this is? Who's the Maokai honoring? Wuhan. See? Like Wuhan literally has a world skin of this champion. So you guys say Wuhan's not good.
Just him out, he'll flash across the wall, but that miscoordination is something we have seen from G2 and something specifically we've seen from Yike over.
I mean, they played Wuhan.
Season final.
I think they played Wuhan at Worlds. It's just Pyosic like fit the type of play better.
Pushing lanes, and it's much harder as a jungler to impact the map early on if your lanes aren't there to help you. But I think calling attention to the fact that Yike's been struggling is doing him a disservice.
It's leveling Yike up. He just looks really frustrated that he's behind by 2 kills. But I mean, it's Brand versus Maokai. Maokai's not made to be a damage champion. Brand is a damage champion. Maokai's not made to carry. Maokai's made to tank and engage on and disengage.
Yeah, it's something that we'll have to keep track of, because I think that Yike, he came on to G2 with a lot of pressure.
So we're on 318, and I'm a fan of of Yike. What was the last one I missed? The lane swap. So we got that. So Ashe gets spotted on a Poro ward. Ghost Poro and Zombie ward are great runes to take on a support. We've got Corki teleporting top.
Last year, and the expectations and responsibilities are very, very high. So when, of course, you do make those mistakes, there is a big magnifying glass.
Looks like we got a lot more wards. Let's see, let's count wards. Looks like GX have more wards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. I mean, when you look back at the page I made of this on RiftKit, look at all the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 wards that I had to make and label.
Europe at Worlds this year.
I mean, they will represent Europe.
Yes, of course.
Already have at least a 3rd seed guaranteed.
And I didn't get to watch the BDS series, but a friend was telling me that the vision looked like it was really bad on G2 yesterday.
Basically, if G2 get one of our top 3 spots,
So,
then the other 2 teams in the top 3 will
no, I guess G2 need to work on their vision. Broken Blade at the beginning of the game, it looked, I liked the first ward he placed down. And I think it helped prevent him getting ganked.
A very effective answer into.
See, where are we in the slides? 14 minutes and 33 seconds. Ashe gets spotted on a Poro ward. So back here is the next thing we're looking for.
Serious kill threat in that matchup as well.
We've got the Rift Herald here. We've got Yike trying to ult from a mile away. Mickey X gets... Who did he stun in the wall? See, Jackie's. Ignar. Hopefully that's Wuhan there, yeah. So Brand just gets melted. You might not want to stand next to a wall when you've got a poppy around you. So there's a free ward, like I say, the zombie ward, the ghost Poro. And Hansama got spotted on this ward back here. I get zoom it in even more, but that spots that much.
The Hex Flash from Mickey.
Jackie's can buffer the arcane.
So, looked like GX were going to get the Rift Herald, but G2 get the Rift Herald.
Broken Blade will dash back to the soul and bound.
Good timing window from G2 to punish as they're going to look for Jackie's again. Knock
Jackie
up,
still has
can't get to the
flash
wall.
here. Arcane shift.
So I need to take note that if I AFK for like a half hour, I had to take the dog out. And I got to check the microphone when I come back.
Mickey falls first flash.
I need to always check that.
There for the
Take it
chase.
for granted sometimes.
Will put Jackie's in his place.
So Caps gets a
Two playing all over.
solo kill up here.
The final call has flash here.
Oh no, Mickey was there as well.
G2 to punish as they're going to look for Jackie's
I
again.
was talking, I didn't see Mickey die.
Arcane shifts away. Mickey falls first flash away, but Caps is there for the chase.
So not a solo kill. Took Mickey X helping.
G2 playing all over the map.
I don't think anybody really gets a solo kill anyways, because you usually got teammates. I never worried about kills. Takedowns, as I call them. I don't like the word kill. It's negative. Sometimes, like, YouTube will filter that out.
Tower in the top
AI.
lane falls. G2 find 3 kills.
Things are very quickly falling out of Giant X's hands. They had some promising opportunities.
So they get the Rift Herald. They have the Scuttle Crab. Rel gets spotted on a ward, I think, right here.
Yeah, it's been
Over here with a solo adventure.
I will say, but
No, it looks like he put a ward down. I know I bet I have a slide about it. No, the next one's at 16 minutes. That one ward spots out Maokai, Poppy, and Corky, and then Ezreal gets caught.
get that control. Now pushing in towards mid lane.
Guess I gotta talk for a minute.
Mickey just waiting off on the sides here to make sure he's offline if Jackie's does try to go for it on this, but Hans should. There you go. Just finish off the tower.
Rel and Misfortune are top.
For G2.
It looks like Rel just got spotted on a ward.
Just over 5. So we'll see this engage again.
I mean, the coordination
That
was great there. Mickey
Yon did
catches
put a
out
deeper
one,
ward
then
up in
gets
this
followed
brush
up with
right
the
here.
intro, followed up by the Maokai ultimate, and then Caps
This
is like,
brush.
"Yeah, I've got the damage. I can help
Because
out
it
there."
was in distance to spot Rel,
From
this
G2
brush.
overall to punish Giant X on the setup. They ended up conceding the Herald, which didn't end up being used.
Caps has his early Manamune and Trinity Force.
Surprised that they sent Broken Blade.
Again, how much CS do you want at this time? You need to have
He's winning in a
100 and we'll go ahead and say 70 CS.
Caps to be able to chip away at it more
So
reliably just 'cause it's that
Corky's there.
ultimately G2 have
This
freedom
whole
to
team
do
is
whatever
really
they want.
behind in the laning. They're getting out macroed. They're getting out mechanically played. Minus Wuhan is ahead of Yike.
Try and keep that pressure up on this bottom half.
So I gotta
Mickey just hovering off
give
the
him
side
some
here, trying to
props.
see if he can get into position, but yeah, I think Jackie's going to be able to clear this out, so won't get the tower.
And Ignor's a
Object respawn,
well-known
still
good
sufficient
support.
to push in and get some vision control in river before the dragon spawns.
Now remember that G2 don't even
I
have
just
the wings
don't. I don't know
to
anything
play
about
with.
Jackie's as a laner. I don't know anything about Patrick as a laner. I don't know anything about Antonio. I just see a guy that's 2.3k gold behind. Now Ornn makes up for it with the ornaments a little bit. He did make a really good play on Caps at the end to top it off, so you can't say that he's horrible on Ornn or a horrible player because he did get Caps out of a fight that had Flash even. To land an Ornn ult on Caps would be very difficult.
Antonio struggling in the top lane, even under the safety of his tier 2.
So,
HP just trying to
we already, they got spot, or Ezreal got spotted out, and G2 got spotted out. There's a slide about it. Broken Blade's up here, very overextended, where he needs to have a deeper ward by now, like over in here, somewhere down in here.
Going well for Giant X is really starting to hurt them.
G2 will step away a little
This
bit.
one I don't think is going to prevent a gank. There is one here.
Antonio. They've ceded a little bit of pressure in that
Case the
bottom
jungler or support or somebody pass up there.
but can't really step too much further as Caps gets the wave shoved in once again. Broken Blade now backing. I wonder if he's got his next completed item. 2,500 gold ahead.
Oh, Caps just chunked Jackie's a lot right there.
Jumps back onto the Antonio for a little bit more chip damage.
So, again, I talk about this
Playing this smartly.
in my content, but you're shooting for at 20 minutes you have 200 CS,
Faster than Ezreal does.
and what that equates to is you have 2 items and boots, and then you can take Baron if all your
Slowly chipping away at it.
team has 2 items and boots. So Yike, he's probably really frustrated because he's behind. Caps just needs his boots, which he should be able to buy when he goes in. G2 gets the dragon here. Sure, I'm missing some slides. Brand already has his 2 items. Horn doesn't even have a full item yet. Ezreal should have Trinity Force and Manamune already. He's behind. Patrick is 1.5k gold behind. He should have 2 items around now. Plus, I don't know about the boots of swiftness. You know, Hansama has 2  items. I would think Yon is very close to getting his 2nd item. There, he just got it now. Immortal Shield Bow, so I don't know if the 2nd item's really going to matter on the Maokai so much. He does have the Kindle Gem. It looks like they've nerfed the Warmogs on supports. Where I don't think I saw Warmog's first item today. I didn't really pay attention to support items. I was watching T1. So what was this one at 20 minutes? Mickey got caught out for some reason. See, Rel's spotted on the G2 ward. Again, you can look at the slides. Ashe, Maokai, and Poppy spotted on a ward. Right here. Poppy punished for deep ult. Okay, so Mickey X does a deep solo adventure warding and scouting alone, no teammates in the vicinity. And this is where Yike and Mickey X need to work together to be up here putting in vision here and here. And I don't know if maybe Yike's not having a good game, so he's mad and he's not talking as much, not communicating. I don't really think he needs to be getting his blue buff here. I think he needs to be up here trying to steal the blue buff from the enemy. I talked about this earlier. It needs to be Yike with Yike with Mickey X, not Hansama there. Hansama just needs to stay in mid lane and farm the wave whenever it pushes up to him.
This tower will unfortunately die because the Rift Tower on the top side, but you can at least try and defend now against Broken Blade because you've got numbers advantage on the map.
Broken Blade for a second there, I think, was debating whether
So this is where Broken Blade shoves and gets this turret, but I think he got the gold, right? Did he not even get the gold?
Broken Blade for a second there, I think, was debating whether he takes the Rift Herald out.
25 gold.
Juhan is closing in on him. Mortal Steel is going to boot a little bit of damage.
That's where this ward back here really didn't do him any justice. He's overextended. He have the ward here. Apps is shoving this T2 turret, and Yikes there as well. Looks like Hansama's going to shove this T2 turret. Why GX was chasing Broken Blade. So Caps has his Manamune. Just need Mickey to get his item, and we need Maokai to get his item. Sadly, Ezreal doesn't even have his Manamune yet. He should have it fully stacked at 20 minutes. Finally, Ornn's got a random one's Omen. There's the Iron Locket. It looks like I see the Iron Locket first. Over the Leandries. In the LPL and the LCK. So there's the Dead Man's Plate. That I'm sure is really good on Poppy because it's got some extra movement speed, or it does something that helps with movement speed that Poppy has. Unfortunately, when they go to Worlds and play against top teams, I bet that they ban Poppy every game, or they take Poppy
still strong enough that they're able to punish on a sideline to get that.
Poppy seems like a good Vi counter. I think you'll be seeing Vi that she's been buffed. She was already pretty strong. Broken Blade's up here doing a solo adventure, but he does have teleport. The only thing is that he doesn't have flash. If they come back, oh, he's going back. He sees. I'm sure that there's some vision here, or that he saw that somebody recalled. So they all have 2 items. They can take the Baron now. So it's pretty good timing. That's where it should be, is like at 20 minutes. So they're only off by 2 minutes. Comes Broken Blade and Ornn teleporting. So Ornn really didn't need to recall. You know, it was kind of a shame that they basically wasted Ornn's teleport on him. That he recalled and then teleported back pretty much for no reason. I don't remember what happened there. Let me look. Oh, never mind. They already got the Baron buff. So Yike just keeps getting targeted. Can he steal some fates here? Dashes back with the soul unbound, and Giant X have a man advantage. Juhan still has his ultimate, the Pyroclasm a possibility. In the end, the Baron goes over to G2, but Yike, so the dragon up in 10 seconds.
The follow-up, so dragon for themselves.
And there's not really anything G2 could do there. If Yike didn't die, they probably could have stopped GX from getting the dragon. So this might be risky. They do have 3 Farsight. Their Broken Blade did finally get the Farsight stone like I was talking about. So that might be some of why they're going into this jungle the way they are, because they have the Farsight wards. There was a ward there.
Giant X with a numbers disadvantage on this Baron push. The wave shoving in, Broken Blade trying to dodge away with the Magnus Sword coming in. The True Shot Barrage has connected as well. Broken Blade dashes back in. The fate sealed on Jackie won't give him enough of a shield to get the kill in.
So I don't know about that either from Broken Blade. It's just need to work on that and back off. Don't die like that. I don't know why he's not backing off and letting the wave crash into the turret. I don't know why Maokai is clear down here farming. Like, he should be up here helping them. Unless, like, maybe there's a blue buff up that he's gonna grab. Maybe it's like, I don't know. I don't really think he needs to be farming anything at this point. Maybe it's because he thinks he's 628 gold behind, but look at this big lead. 3k gold, 3k gold, 3k gold. Makes up for the 500 gold difference. One thing too is Brand has the Seeker's Arm Guard, so you can't really target him first. You probably want to target Misfortune first. Ezreal.
Terror down. Realistically, you can just stick Broken Blade down there to take that bot inhibitor.
Nothing really going on. The dragon in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Sama getting the red buff. They all have buffs now. I don't understand what mechanic that is that was added where the buffs are shared. I need to look into that. I don't know if that's like the treat thing that goes with the jungle item being fully stacked.
Which is ironic, given their name, you know what I mean? That's a good one. You can tell that I'm not the witty one.
So it looks like Caps is going into 2 people in his lane.
As this game has escaped Giant X.
Let's see, we used to have what was called a 1-3-1, or a 4-1. Which that's what this is, a 4-1 lane split.
Inhibitor tower in the top lane falling, a 10,000 gold lead
which
for G2.
Caps has teleport, so he could come over here and help. If there was a ward down back there, there's a ward.
Giant X realize they got to defend two fronts at once. G2 push in once again. The Baron expired on them, but they have super minions pushing in bot and mid, and
I think I recall they have to go out of the base once or twice and fight and catch somebody out, and then they win the game. Ornn's ult is down, but about to be back up. Person to get is Misfortune because her flash is down. And you need to know that if you're a pro player, or if you want to get to the next level, you need to know cooldown timers. Like I say, I've got a card right here. And what is Cleanse's cooldown timer? That's right, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. What is Smite's cooldown? 1 minute and 30 seconds. What's Barriers? 3 minutes. What's Unleashed Teleport? 10. Where you can teleport onto wards.
Now with the base in tatters, Giant X are basically relying on not one, probably not even two. They're going to need 3 amazing back-to-back fights to be able to turn this game around.
And I think it's a good indication.
And maybe I could have done more slides, but you're probably slided out by now. Wards. I may not even go that crazy with game number 3.
You're in a position where you're looking at void grubs. We're going to look for a potential dive onto bot lane and controlling the map in that way. Whereas for Giant X,
I don't know what Broken Blade's doing clear down at the Gromp.
trying to decide, hey, can we actually fight this? And by the time they come to a decision,
What does he get? He sold a Doran's shield. He's got the Infinity. Oh, he's like, I gotta get the Infinity Edge, guys. Gotta have the Infinity Edge to close it out, guys. Dyke's got his Gargoyle Stone Plate. Did he hit anybody with the ult? This epic pin, it makes me have to hit the button like 3 times to fast forward or pause. Sorry about that. It's my rage of the day. I don't know what... I know Ornn hit a really good ult. Yeah, Ornn hits this ult. That wasn't the same one. So I don't know what G2 is trying to do here. Mickey X almost dead. He whiffs his ult on Patrick. So Wuhan gets ulted, but that's not really the right one to get because he's got the Seeker's Arm Guard, like I was saying. Needed to get Patrick or Jackie's. But Patrick was the one you needed to get. So that's really what happened in that fight, was Wuhan had the Seeker's Arm Guard, like I was talking about. Hans Sama tried to engage with the Ashe ultimate. Poppy tried to knock Patrick back with the ult and missed. Or the game should have been closed out then. So these are like the things that they really need to work on. The Maokai ult hits Rel, and that's it. So Ashe hit Wuhan, but he's got the Seeker's Arm Guard. Wrong person. Need to get Patrick. Patrick had cleanse though. So maybe Jackie's if not Patrick, because he had the cleanse up. Of course Jackie's had flash. I would say Patrick. I mean Patrick should probably have more damage. The Misfortune ult. Didn't even see him Misfortune ult. So G2 go down here uncontested and get the dragon. I don't think there's anything that GX can do, because they're going to have to clear the waves out of their base.
Unfortunately, the downside of having all of this quote-unquote free farm is that it does mean that you don't
Mickey X doing a good job keeping Vision up here as a human ward. He could also fling or poppy ult Wuhan away so he can't come in and smite. He does have Zanya's Hourglass now.
You need something true
don't think you want to target Wuhan first.
Back in the game. Pyroclasm up, Call of the Forge got 4 seconds away. Haven't really seen the bullet time combo that many times this game. The mid inhib respawn.
Okay.
Patrick stepping quite far forward.
Got this wave. You got Ornn just hanging out down here, just waiting to get caps.
Situation to be in. Giant X trying to clear out the way.
So Ornn hits a really good ultimate right there, hanging out, gets the right target that you want.
Mickey the next target for Patrick and on the back line.
Wuhan Zhonya's and doesn't get hit by the Maokai ult there. I don't know if he got followed up by the Ashe ult, because he just melted after the Zhonya's went down.
It looked hopeful for a second for Giant X, but G2 will wipe them away. You can take caps, but you cannot take the win.
And there's game number 2, guys, in the books. So game number 2, I'm sure I talked enough of the G2 versus GX series. Again, who am I? Sodaron. I've worked with GAM, VCS team. It was a lot of work because they make a lot of mistakes and fight a lot, so it was a headache to try to analyze. I was doing breakdowns of those games. Now think about the fighting they do. So follow me at x.com. I think that's wrong. That's right. x.com at Sodaron official. Is there an add-in or is it just Soda? Okay. Yeah, I did that wrong. I'm sorry. x.com Sodaron official. Twitch.tv/Sodaron. This is the main one I need. Follow me at the twitch.tv. Maybe I should.
And a bit nerve-wracking, but I kind of enjoy the nerves in a way. For me, it's like a healthy thing because
This is the most important one that I need is your Twitch follows. And
we can be one of the surprises in the tournament, and I also think
subscribe to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/Sodaron. And I will see you next time. Thank you for tuning in, and I hope you're ready to get to the next level.
I see is mine. I think we're gonna hit disaster. Just give me one more try. Supplication. Everything I see is mine. I think we're gonna hit disaster. Just give me one more try. In the try.